dear partners, dear guests, dear students and teachers. Welcome to the second PULCHRA project workshop called City Challenges, Open Schooling, the Cities as Urban Ecosystems. This workshop is organized by TEREZA Educational Center and Charles University in Prague in collaboration with these two Czech partners of the PULCHRA project. As Lenka already said, my name is Jan Blažek. I'm from TEREZA Educational Center, and today I will be your guide during this event morning. And after lunch, my colleague Štych from Charles University will replace me in this role. What is the project PULCHRA about? In very briefly, in a nutshell, students and teachers from 10 European countries have been exploring cities where they live as an urban ecosystems, realizing inquiry-based school projects and with the use of the concept of open schooling. And we will go through these concepts more in detail during this morning. And such schools, in cooperation with other stakeholders, became agents of community well-being. And we will also hear several success stories from several schools this afternoon. And it's a very pity that this project was hugely affected by COVID, according to my opinion. Also, instead of this flat virtual workshop, we should have fun and share our experiences and school projects personally in Prague, in Czech Republic. Unfortunately, this event is not possible to manage safely these days. For this reason, I'm happy to see so many people here. I think 140 registered people or something like that was registered to this workshop, to this event. It's really imposing number. And I'm happy to see such a number of people, since the main objective of this event is to share experience of 2 years projects. So now let's have a quick look at the agenda of this meeting, of this workshop. Please, Lenka, can you share your screen with the agenda? This event is scheduled from now to 16:45 p.m. and morning's program is a bit more academic or special, I would say. After opening and keynote speeches, you will go through 2 blocks. First block from 10:50 to 11:40 consists of inquiry-based learning workshop. This part will be a bit interactive, and of presentation on the topic of open schooling concept and its reflection in other European projects. The second block starts 11:40 to 12:30 and called Research and Communication Tools in PULCHRA, and it will be about introduction of special tools people use in PULCHRA project, remote sensing tools and PULCHRA app. Afterwards, there will be a lunch break, and afternoon's program will be more about sharing good practice from schools and more about discussions right after lunch. Don't miss interactive presentation of our journalist expert, Maria Drahoňovská, called PULCHRA Projects Matter, which I think will be well designed for adults as well as for students and children. And from 14 to 15:10 follows a block of 7 schools presentation called Challenges in Our City. 7 groups of students and teachers from different countries will share their results and experiences. After break will follow block of discussion in parallel sessions. on chosen topics, and again with active participation of representatives from schools from Greece, Czech Republic, Cyprus, and Romania. Afterwards, conclusions and PULCHRA snacks, open discussion between participants in the very end of this meeting. Fine. If everything's clear, I will stop talking from my side for this moment, and it's time to give floor to our precious guests. And first, please welcome project leader and let's say brain of the project, Professor Constantinos Cartalis from National and Kapodistrian University of Athens from Greece. Please, Kostas, I would like to ask you for your opening speech.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan. Good morning to everybody from Athens, Greece. Well, may I correct my good colleague from TEREZA that the brain are the teachers and the students. We are just there to support them and develop a platform and an initiative which is supportive for their activities. So I would like to welcome you to the second workshop of the program. I would like to thank all our friends and colleagues from the Czech Republic, from the university, Charles University, and from TEREZA Educational Center for the support for this workshop, and all of you for participating in this event. We are in the third year of the project, and we have managed in the first 2 years to put together a lot of information about cities, urban ecosystems, about open schooling, to practically explore how open schooling can help the schools to become the facilitators, the agents of community well-being at the local neighborhood, and also being able to understand different aspects about cities and climate change. We are very happy about the participation of the schools. Every single school is been doing excellent work. And we are now in the third year, as I said before, and we're trying to communicate the program more, to exploit the solutions in order to have a replication of the project following to its completion, and of course to learn from the students and the teachers on their experiences about the program and how we can correct things in the program for the benefit of education and environmental education and environmental and science education. The project has been receiving the support of the European Commission. We need to say that because it gives us the opportunity to apply the project in our countries. And we are at the moment receiving a lot of interest, and you should know that in your schools, from other schools and from other countries on the project. And following the schools and the other countries, following the newsletter of the program and the work of the schools, they see a potential that has been developed, and they would like to be part of the second phase of the program, I mean the replication phase after its completion. So that means that you are doing excellent work. And we are very happy for this because, as I said before, the protagonists, the main part of the project, are yourselves, the school community itself. So I do not want to monopolize the discussion. There are a lot of discussions to be taking place today. I would like again to thank you all for being part of this project. We are very happy for your presence. And I wish all the success to the works of the project, of the workshop. And again, once again, many thanks to our colleagues from the Czech Republic for taking care of all the logistics, for organizing this event. It would be much better if we could meet in person, but it doesn't seem to be the case, at least for some months more, I hope. It's going to be only some months more. And finally, we'll be able to meet because in physical presence, we have the opportunity to speak better in between us and collaborate more effectively. So once again, have an excellent meeting, and thank you all for the presence.
Thank you, Kostas, for your words. Thank you very much. And now I'm happy to welcome another very special guest. This keynote speech will be held by Alise Oļesika, the head of the education department of the UNESCO National Commission in Latvia. Please, Alise, unmute yourself and have your welcome speech or presentation if you have. And I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly.
Okay. Hello, my name is Alise Oļesika, and I represent the Latvian National Commission for UNESCO. And it's a great pleasure for me to be with you here today. Sorry. Yes, we all live in an interconnected world and in difficult times. And the challenges facing our planet and society affect each of us. So the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, accepted in 2050, aim to make the world more sustainable and address the social, environmental, and economic challenges, such as poverty, hunger, education, global warming, gender equality, urbanization, and many more. And today, I would like to highlight 2 Sustainable Development Goals: 11 goal, cities and communities, and 4, quality education. UNESCO is committed to improving the sustainability of cities by providing this policy advice, technical assistance based on its many years of operational experience in education, science, culture, communication, and development sectors. Here I would like to mention education, because education and lifelong learning are essential components of everyday life for urban communities to build a sustainable and harmonious society that embodies the principles of social justice, environment, sustainability, economic productivity, political participation, and cultural excitement. Still, learning to live sustainably in cities and communities is one of the most critical educational challenges of our lifetime. And here I would like to mention the UNESCO Urban Platform, which brings together 8 UNESCO networks and programs and reflects the organizational transversal approach to working with the cities on 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And in the UNESCO Cities platform, there are 8 networks. World Heritage Cities Program, UNESCO Creative Cities Program, Megacities Alliance for Water and Climate, Media and Information Literacy Cities, International Coalition of Inclusive and Sustainable Cities, Disaster Risk Reduction and Resilience, and Observatory Cooperation on Smart Cities. And last but not least, UNESCO Network of Learning Cities, which is a policy-oriented international network that brings together inspiration, knowledge, and good practice. And the Latvian city of Valmiera is also one of the members of this network. Yes, and this network was established by the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning to jointly seek solutions to the challenges of globalization, urbanization, demography, and other urban development issues in the 21st century. And Valmiera is the first city from Latvia to operate in this network since 2016. And next, I would like to emphasize the importance of Goal 4 of sustainable development, because all the sustainable development goals, environmental, social, and economic, are essential, but none of them can be achieved without education. Education for sustainable development and global citizenship are fundamental issues that UNESCO has been working on for years, and they are interconnected. The Education for Sustainable Development says that environment, society, and the economy are the great wheels of the planet, and there can be no development of one section at the expense of the others, no human or economic growth over the environment. And on the other hand, global citizenship means that all this is impossible if we do not keep in mind the values of human rights, democracy, inclusion, and acceptance of diversity. And that's why we are really pleased with the UNESCO Associated School Project Network, which holds this flag high and successfully links education and environment together, thus ensuring education for sustainable development and global citizenship education. And it is the longest running UNESCO initiative in the field of education. And it involves thousands of schools worldwide and also 37 Latvian schools. And as a next successful initiative, I would like to mention our international campaign, the world's largest lesson, supported by several international organizations, Project Everyone, UNICEF, and of course, UNESCO. And yes, and it offers many different lesson topics and methodological materials to implement in the class and foster the acquisition of sustainable development goals. This year, the focus was on climate education. Yes, and finally, I would like to say that we are really very happy with your valuable PULCHRA project, where students are encouraged to explore environmental and sustainability issues in their cities and acquire these knowledge, skills needed to promote sustainable development and this contribution to a sustainable lifestyle. Thank you very much for your work and attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Oļesika, for this interconnection with SDGs, which were also a very important part of the PULCHRA project, I think. It's an honor to have you here on this meeting. Thank you very much. On this place, let me question if are there any questions from your side, either to Mrs. Oļesika or to the speech of Constantinos Cartalis. Feel free to ask your question right now. Okay. If there is no question, I would like to mention, feel free to raise any question to the chat, and we will do our best to answer your questions step by step afterwards. And let's move to another part of the workshop. Another part of the workshop consists of interactive workshop on inquiry-based learning, which will be followed by the presentation of open schooling concept. So now the workshop, which will be a bit interactive, so prepare yourself for it. And this workshop is prepared by my dear colleagues from TEREZA Educational Center, Vendula, Jansová, and Lenka Kleger. Vendula, Lenka, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honza, for this introduction. And hello, everyone, and welcome to our workshop about inquiry-based learning or inquiry-based science education. So Honza already introduced us, but once more, my name is Lenka Kleger, and I'm from TEREZA Educational Center from the Czech Republic. And we will be guiding you through this workshop with my colleague Vendula Jansová from the same organization.
Hello to everyone. Thank you, Lenka, for my introducing, and I am a part of a GLOBE program team in TEREZA.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Why we want to introduce you inquiry-based learning? The reason is that it's already part of many of school projects. It's a method that is probably somehow known to you or to your students, and it helps the PULCHRA teams to explore their cities or their surroundings. And because questions are a very important part of inquiry-based learning, we want to start this workshop with a question to you. And we want to ask you what comes to your mind when you hear inquiry-based learning. And please do not reply to chat, but if you look into the chat, you will see there a link to Mentimeter tool. So please click on this link and Mentimeter tool will open, where you will see the question, what comes to your mind when you hear inquiry-based learning? And you will have the possibility to enter 3 replies. When you do that, please click on submit and then come back to Zoom. We will see all the answers together. So please, when you have already entered your answers, come back and see them together with us. I will work to my colleague Vendula to comment on the answers. I will just mention that Mentimeter tool word cloud works so that the more times some word is mentioned, the bigger the word is. So the word that you will see as the biggest one was answered many times.
Yes, and we can already now see words as experiments, curiosity. I can see hypothesis, which is important for us, and we will talk about it today a lot. It's a didactical method, yes. It's about a real world experience. Yeah, and we can see also problem solving experiments. And the biggest words I can see is involvement, research, and curiosity. I am not sure if I can see cooperation, but probably it's here. Words are moving. It's another word that we see very frequently when we ask our teachers what comes to their mind hearing inquiry-based learning or inquiry-based science education. Yeah, freedom. I'm happy to see this word. I was searching for word like mistake or making mistakes. I can't see it, but it's also important and common thing that happens during inquiry-based learning. And creativity, yes, research experiment. It's most common, but inquiry-based learning is not only about experiments and research, but very important are also the hypotheses and questions. And I think that picture is in its final shape, I would say. So I think that Lenka could start with our first example of inquiry-based project that we would like to introduce you.
Okay, so the example we decided to call Pinecone Inquiry Research, and it will be another short activity for you. So we hope you will enjoy, and we will start with looking on the thing that I hold in my hands. I hope you can see it well. It's 2 pine cones, and just please watch it carefully. And your first task in our activity will be to think about questions that come to your mind when you see these 2 slightly different pine cones. And please write us your questions. This time, write it to chat, just directly to chat. Write us what question come to your mind when you see two pine cones like this. I can already see a first question if the pine cones are of the same species. Mm-hmm. And I want to mention that this is what usually a teacher do in the beginning of inquiry-based lesson. They motivate student with something, with some picture or video, something interesting that catches attention of students. So this is the first step, and then waiting for a question such as we do now. And I can see Victor has a raised hand. Victor, do you want to say something?
It was a mistake, sorry. I pressed.
No worries.
Okay. Why do they have different shapes? So are they from the same tree? Why are they different in form?
Mm-hmm. So
examples of your questions.
Okay, so we see many different questions came up to your mind, and you can keep writing your question, but we will move forward. And the next step is choosing a research question, which is the most important question of your inquiry-based research, the question that you want to focus on in your research. So you can choose this question as a whole class, or you can let students form groups and choose questions for groups, or everyone can choose his or her own question. So the same for you now. Please choose the question that you found most important, most tempting for you. And again, let us know in the chat, please. I can slightly influence your thinking by showing you this picture, which can also happen. The teacher can show what materials is available. It's important to consider material and time and tools that are available for the research, so that the question is somehow possible to work with. Okay, so I'm not sure if there are any answers coming in the chat, or if everyone is thinking.
And Lenka, are you showing first or second picture from the presentation? Because we can see the first one.
Okay, I'm showing the second one, so I don't know. There's some.
I thought so.
Can you see the slides moving now?
No.
So I will. Apologies for that. Wendy, thank you for
see the first one.
saying that. Okay, then it's very hard for you to understand. I can see.
Because on the second picture, there were some tools that you can work with. That's what a teacher can do in his or her class at the beginning of the inquiry, because there we can have many questions, but not all of them we can use in our research, because we have only some time for our research, and we have only some tools. We are restricted somehow. So we wanted to show you example of tools that you can use, but we still can't see it.
You still can't see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I really don't know what to do. I will try once. I'll give it one more try. I will just, yeah. Let me try to share screen sharing once more. Apologies for that. The techniques is always tricky. So let's see. Can you see something now? Can you see a slide with choose research question, or you don't?
No, still the first picture.
Mm-hmm. Then maybe
I think you can how to say, play the presentation and then try to press shortcut Alt tab and share the screen because
or now we
think
can
if,
see it.
Yeah.
It's not presentation.
I'll try once more with the presentation mode. If not, then can you see it now?
Yeah.
Or not?
Yes,
we
see it.
Also including the tools. Okay, thanks. So thanks for the patience. Okay, so I think now we will have to move on a bit faster. So I will also hopefully show you what our research question is. I hope you can see we chose question, what happens to a pine cone when you place it in a humid environment? We chose it like this for you, for our group, because we have very limited time. Normally it would be better not to influence your students like this, but let them really think and choose the question that's the most interesting for them. And then the next step would be formulating hypothesis. Hypothesis is some kind of assumption. It's not a question, but rather answer to your reader question. So it doesn't end with a question mark. And what is important about hypothesis, there are different rules, but the most important is that it must be verifiable. So you can either confirm or reject your hypothesis. So you can say, I think that, and that would be your hypothesis. So I will just give you a very short time, unfortunately, only very short time to think what your hypothesis would be. Okay. And our hypothesis for this example would be that we think that the pine cone opens in the water or in a wet or humid environment. And by trying it previously, we know that this is not true. We rejected our hypothesis. But here I want to mention that it's not a problem if the hypothesis is rejected, if it's wrong. It's actually something that you can learn from a lot, that can show you a new way, that can help you to raise new questions and continue in your research. So although our hypothesis was rejected, we learned something and we can work.
And Lenka, I'm sorry, but we are still on the slide choose a research question.
And then maybe you can try to share the presentation yourself. I don't know.
I can try it.
Or I can try just not to, I will not put it in the presentation mode. I really don't know what.
Okay, so you want to try it with without presentation mode, or should I share screen?
If you have it ready, then please share screen yourself. It works better.
Okay, I can try it, and we will see. And if you can tell me what's happening.
We can see it. We can see it, not in the presentation mode, but we can see it well. So here is the hypothesis. That's something that I was talking about, that it's an answer to your research question that must be possible either confirm or reject, so to verify. And yeah, our hypothesis, I think that the pine cone opens in the water, which was rejected by us by trying it, making an experiment.
Yeah, and we used this hypothesis that we know that we will reject it because we wanted to show that it's no problem to reject a hypothesis, that it's okay, and it's a way that scientists try to prove their hypothesis. They are also rejecting it, but our experience from schools is that teachers are often using the confirmation of hypothesis, and the experience is that students or pupils are often afraid of that their hypothesis will be rejected, and we are trying to tell them that it's no problem, it's okay, and that's a good impulse to start a new inquiry and new research, because rejected hypotheses can generate more and more new questions. Okay, and can you see another slide?
Yes, yes.
And we can see examples of things that are connected with our research question, with pine cones that are open or closed, and they are used as tools to that you can measure with them the humidity in the air, and you can prepare these tools with children as a conclusion of your inquiry, for example, and that's another thing that can increase their motivation. And it's connecting this research with their real world, that they can do it with their hands, and they can see it and they can use it. You know, Lenka, if you have something to add to this slide, or
yeah, I think it's fine. It's just we wanted to show you the many options that you have when doing inquiry-based learning, and also that it's very good to go outside, which you I think in PULCHRA know that it's important to be outside of the school and do the research outside. So something that also we wanted to mention.
yes, and we have one more example of inquiry-based project. It's a project from school lesson. There are we have few pictures, few photos of children, of pupils working on their project, and this first slide you can see a possible motivation. You can see two glasses because it's not in presentation mode, so you can't see it properly, but in one of them there is some white substance at the bottom, and the other one is clear, and the kind of motivation could be to prepare two glasses with water, and in one you can add sugar or salt, and you can prepare it for students to taste the water from the glasses and think about the difference. And it can be a good start for their questions, so that not only a picture or video can be motivation, but they can try to taste something when it's safe, when it's sugar or salt. And there you can see the next step, the thinking about the topic of the lesson, and it's formulation of their own questions and formulation of hypotheses. And students can, for example, sort the different substances that they think about, and they can sort it to things that can dissolve and that can't dissolve. Yeah, they can prepare their hypotheses, their estimates, and Next slide. When they have their hypothesis, they are planning experiment, and it's very useful and very important when they can plan it on their own. That they don't get a plan from a teacher, but they plan it on their own. Usually, a problem that teachers share with us, that they don't have enough time in the lesson for the whole experiment, and the moment when children or people have their plan prepared is a good moment to stop, and they can to the next lesson they can bring tools or materials that they need, or if the teacher can't divide the lesson, he should have all the material in the classroom prepared for the experiment. And then comes observations, and students are recording their results, and they can do some kind of long-term experiment, for example, and then it's very useful to have tables to write down their data. And on the next slide, we have data analysis, and we usually recommend to use a kind of graph, because data in a table are not so easy to find any conclusion. But on the other picture, you can see a graph. This is an example of washing powder, and it's the dissolving of washing powder in the water with stirring and without stirring. That is what was the experiment about. And at the end of the inquiry-based project, students should return back to their hypothesis, and they should say if they are confirming it or if they are rejecting it. And another important part of the end of the inquiry is the presentation. You can see it partly on the picture on the right, or here we have an example of a presentation, and it was experiment of dissolving of sugar. You can see a sugar cube. Maybe you can see it. And at the other side there are stones, so it was different between stone and sugar cube. What is a solutable or what is insoluble substance. So it's the last slide of our second example, and at the end we have a scientific research cycle for you. Lenka, if you could comment it.
Okay, this is in fact something that Wendy was now describing in the example. It's just to frame it up and show you how the cycle looks like all together. So apologies, I'm a bit cold, so sorry for that. So usually in the project, in like a real research, you start by observing nature. This is what you actually do in your PULCHRA projects. You go outside, you look around whether there's some problem in your city, whether there's something that needs to be solved. Then you ask questions, how to, what is the problem? How can we do something with it? What can we do with it? And you develop hypotheses. This we already talked about a lot. Then there's a very important part, which is planning the investigation. I think you in your project spend a lot of time in planning the investigation and thinking about how to have a good result, how to really change something. Then you do your investigation, you collect data that you can present. Actually, this is another important part of PULCHRA project, presenting, sharing, talking to community. So when you assemble data, when you get data from your research, it's important to share it out, to let others know that you actually did some research and you have some important information to share. Of course, you need to analyze the data to share them with others. And then you come with some conclusions, and again, you need to present them, otherwise you cannot involve communities in your research. You just need to talk about what you found out to make people interested or involved. So this is important in PULCHRA as well. And probably it makes you think about new questions, about new things that are related to your research. I think this is what maybe happened in after the first year of the project, that you did some discoveries and it maybe made you think what could be done more in the second city challenge, in the second part of the project. And why we have here this action, we just wanted to highlight your PULCHRA projects, because when you are planning the investigation, you can already do something. You can do the open event, invite someone, or go out and try to do something with the community to change something. And of course, action to change is one of the results of your work. So we wanted to highlight this part of or the next step of the inquiry-based learning cycle. And maybe I wanted to add one thing to the example that Wendy was showing with dissolving some things in the water. It might seem like unrelated to PULCHRA, but if you think about, for example, fertilizers, how what happens with them in the nature when they are used, or in Czech Republic now, it starts freezing and snowing, and in many parts of the cities, salt is used on the surfaces to protect them from frost, from being slippery. So what happens with the salt, like in this case, it probably dissolves. So you can think in broader context, and even such a small experiment can help your students to understand some bigger issues around you in your city. Well, and I think this would be all about the scientific research process, and we have some
yes, we have
ideas for you.
Last, I don't know if we have any time for questions to the examples or to the cycle, and I can't see chat now, so
I think we can have one or two quick questions right now.
Thank you, Honza.
Maybe you need some time for thinking. So meanwhile, I will mention these two links. One is to PULCHRA project website, to the materials that are related to inquiry-based learning. You can't see it now, but we will send it, we will share with you the presentation later on, so you will be able to find it out, or you just can simply go to PULCHRA project website. And another link is to MAS project. It's massforeducation.eu. It's a project that was closely connected to PULCHRA. It was done before PULCHRA, and there are many nice examples of inquiry-based lessons and just many information to it.
Yeah, and I think you can find here information in your language. It's in about 8 European languages, so you can use it. You can use prepared things, activities into education.
Okay, if there is no question at the moment, I would like to thank you, Wendy and Lenka, for your brief introduction, glimpse in inquiry-based learning. I would like to add that according to our experience and evaluations among Czech schools, it is right inquiry-based science education or inquiry-based learning what influence the most students' satisfaction with science education and positively affect their learning as well. And not only the students' education, participation in inquiry-based learning can also influence teachers, particularly their self-efficacy and satisfaction with science education. So I'm happy to we had it as a cornerstone of PULCHRA project as well. Thank you, and let's move. Let's have a step forward in the program, and let's have a look on the open schooling concept. What is open schooling concept? This idea of open schooling served as a leitmotif of the whole PULCHRA project. And what is the meaning of it, and which experience of from the other European projects do we have? I think this and another question will be answered in coming presentation by Thalia Mavrakou from National and Kapodistrian University of Athens from Greece, our PULCHRA project leader.
Okay, hi everyone. I will share my screen. Okay, can you see it? Hope so. I'm Thalia Mavrakou from University of Athens, member of the PULCHRA Greece team, and I'm going to present you other European projects on science education focusing on open schooling. According to the European Union, creative and innovative science teaching and learning help young people make the best use of their capacities to become a force of innovation. The main goals of science education include boosting the participation rates of young people in STEM with a view to encouraging long-term careers in this. Science education projects produce a range of ready-to-use material for students and teachers. With schools at the heart of science education, a number of projects are developing an open schooling model to facilitate outreach to the local community. Horizon 2020 has been financing a range of initiatives to pursue greater participation of young people in science and encourage long-term scientific careers. Science Education for Responsible Citizenship report recommends open schooling as a way to best equip citizens with the skills they need for active participation in the processes that will shape all of our futures. Open schooling implies that schools cooperate with other organizations to achieve community welfare and change the way science enters the classroom. The concept of openness refers to the idea that schools must become flexible.
Yes,
but yeah, we cannot see the next slides.
Okay.
For some reason. No, we can see only the now. We see the second slide.
I won't use the presentation mode. Me also. I was here. Okay. Now you see. Horizon 2020 has been financing a range of initiatives to pursue greater participation of young people in science and encourage long-term scientific careers. Science Education for Responsible Citizens report recommends open schooling concept as a way to best equip citizens with the skills they need for active participation in the processes that will shape all of our futures. Open schooling implies that schools cooperate with other organizations to achieve community welfare and change the way science enters the classroom. The concept of openness refers to the idea that schools must be flexible structures open to society and able to make a difference in the world. Open schooling means institutions that promote partnerships with families and the local community with a view to engaging them in the teaching and learning process, but also to promote education as part of the local community development. Here we will see some European projects apart from the PULCHRA project that are focusing on open schooling, such as the OSOS project that supports a large number of European schools in order to implement open schooling approaches to facilitate the transformation of schools to innovative ecosystems acting as sites of science learning shared between leaders, teachers, students, and the local community, to increase school community science capital and the development of responsible citizens. For OSOS, an open school is a more engaging environment for learning and makes a vital contribution to the community. Student projects meet real-life needs in the community outside school and draw upon local expertise and experience. Learning in and together with the real world creates more meaning and more motivation for learners and teachers. The school environment should foster collaboration, mentoring, and provide opportunities for learners to understand and interrogate their place in the world. The OSOS project support schools around curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. Also provide guidelines for different issues such as staff development, redesigning time and partnerships with local industries, business, research centers, parents, and policymakers. Also, there is a database full of existing open schooling projects. The OSOS inspiring projects are examples of open schools. Each project acts as an accelerator for the introduction of the open school approach in the participating schools. You can find more information in the OSOS website that you can see here. Oh, sorry. The next project, the OSOS open school model has developed an open school model that provides schools a powerful framework that can help them with transformation to an open school. Schools are advised to create hubs in which schools help each other, collect good practices, and share their experience. Such an open and curious environment supports the development of innovative and creative educational activities. The model takes school settings into account and therefore ensures that school leaders can innovate in a way that is pleasant and suitable for schools. The model proposes a process which starts with the change agents who are becoming inspiring leaders of the school community. The OSO support mechanisms offer different solutions in the phases towards an open school. It supports school leaders to capture the needed steps for innovation, but it also supports them to decide a suitable strategy to spread the word throughout the school. The OSOS portal promotes a genuine collaborative approach to open up schools to their local societies through innovative science education practices and the building of communities of practice. Also, you can find the open schooling portal of OSOS in their website. Another project is the SEAS project that identifies core principles and best practices required for creating and sustaining open schooling collaborations, promotes scientific literacy and skills necessary to engage in addressing real-life, cross-disciplinary sustainability challenges and democratic participation, creates 6 open schooling networks in Austria, Belgium, Estonia, Italy, Norway, and Sweden. For SEAS, open schooling entails creating collaboration tools and methods where teachers and students can work together with off-school partners on solving sustainability and social justice challenges in their local communities. The SEAS project establishes a flexible and open-ended toolkit of concepts, tools, and methods designed to support the establishment and development of open schooling networks. The main concepts are conceiving scientific literacy and science learning for transformational action and social change, focusing on the power of the narratives of change that emerge in discourse communication, conceiving change as involving 3 interconnected spheres, the personal, the practical, and the political spheres. Not just learning, but expansive learning. That is the deep learning that takes place when individuals engage in actively and consciously addressing, transforming, and reconceptualizing the goals of their collective practice activities. SEAS takes as a point of departure an intervention-based methodological design inspired by an emerging tradition known as social design experiments. Unlike other traditional forms of education research, in which the focus is placed on the measurement of academic achievement, Sde methodologies focus on the achievement of social and institutional transformation towards more socially just systems of teaching and learning. This involve a collaborative design process where learners, community, and other stakeholders together identify and create the learning goals and materials and connect them directly with goals of social change and social justice. As part of the SEA's SDG approach, Change Lab meetings workshops are organized in which SEA's members mediate and dynamize interactions between teachers, students, and other community stakeholders in order to facilitate the establishment of shared goals and the identification of feasible and relevant sustainability challenges. The third program is the Open Science Hub. The Open Science Hub project approaches the open schooling project through the creation of teams of local mediators between schools and their surrounding communities. OS hubs, positioning school as agents of societal innovation and transformation. In particular, OS hubs support schools and local stakeholders to use research and innovation as a tool to tackle local relevant challenges and contribute to sustainability community development by engaging in real-life projects that meet societal needs. Importantly, OS hubs are being established in communities that traditionally do not engage with research and innovation due to various barriers, geographical location, socioeconomic status, or other. The OS hubs act as mediators and entities that facilitate collaborative research projects based on concerns brought forward by society. The OS hub roadmap that you can see in the image below supports the OS hub teams throughout the OS hub building blocks: school engagement, stakeholder engagement, community building, tackling local to global challenges, co-creation of open schooling projects, value proposition, and technical and financial feasibility. 8 OS hubs are working as educational brokers between schools and their surrounding systems, and you can see them in the right image. In Austria, Czech Republic, Ireland, Italy, France, Greece, Netherlands, Portugal, and Switzerland. Namely, they are working as brokers between schools and their surrounding systems by supporting schools identifying their needs to incorporate open schooling practices, supporting teachers and school heads in the co-design and implementation of research and innovation projects and activities driven by local relevant challenges and stakeholder collaboration, facilitating continuing professional development programs for teachers and school heads, assessing which practices work and do not work under what circumstances, fostering the development and sustaining of local networks and strategies for schools and community stakeholders to exchange their knowledge and experience, and brokering for implementing national regional policies, passing along signals from schools when policies are failing, and advocating for context-sensitive policies. All local teams have started their OS hubs. Most particularly, OS hubs have partnered with local schools as well as relevant community stakeholders. The management board consists of a group of representatives from different local stakeholder groups such as school, families, research institute, enterprises, industry, civil, and wider society that are involved in all key processes and decisions of the local OS hubs. Finally, the Ferreclos project that establishes local education clusters to foster interaction between schools and research in society. Its objectives are the establishment of local education clusters, LEC, composed of key stakeholders as experimental testbeds for educational cooperation in 6 model regions, mentoring and cross-sectoral transnational education mentoring partnerships to create a snowball effect for developing and disseminating transferable outcomes from the LECs, assessment of regional effectiveness and impact to generate transferable implementation guidelines and policy briefs to enhance the sustainability of the whole approach, development of a good practice library, a white book on open schooling education clusters, and a teacher training innovation toolkit through a profound methodological framework. Within the project, local education clusters were established in 6 pilot regions and diverse educational ecosystems around Europe and beyond. The objective is to bring together schools and further relevant actors and to build up on the experiences of children's universities as catalysts between organizations, scientists, and children. Apart from the school communities, which include pupils, parents, teachers, and school heads, actors within the clusters are members of university, governmental and non-governmental organizations, companies, charities, museums, or other knowledge providers. The LEX act as incubators to enable sustainable dialogue and to set up joint activities between these organizations at the overlapping edges of formal and non-formal education. Here you can see the map of Feriklos map that provides an overview of the inspiring practices that have been collected and analyzed as part of the Feriklos project and the Feriklos initiatives, which have been implemented as local education clusters and transnational education mentoring partnerships. The public therefore aims at connecting open schooling stakeholders from the national, the European, and the international level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thalia. Thank you very much for this detailed insight to open schooling concept. Does anyone have any question? Okay, if no, let's move another step to the last block of this morning session, which is dedicated to research and communication tools we use in the PULCHRA project. The first theme is about remote sensing tools, and it is the floor for Přemysl Štych from Charles University of Prague from the Czech Republic. Přemku?
Yeah, thank you for your introductions. I'm going to I'm going to share my presentations. I hope that you can see it. So my name is Přemek Štych, and together with my colleague Josef Laštovička, we prepared the presentations focused on Earth observations and PULCHRA project. We are from Charles University, from Department of Applied Geoinformatics and Cartography. And at the beginning, I would mention some relevant aims and purposes of Project PULCHRA related to modern methods, including the remote sensing. One of very important and relevant aim of PULCHRA project is to motivate students towards new technologies, mainly the use of Earth observation, especially to find out very perspective data and technologies in Copernicus program, to develop open source educational material, guidelines and tutorials, and to try to implement these modern data and technologies into city challenges and science team effort. And on the base of these facts, the aims of the presentations is to explain relevancy of Earth observation in the PULCHRA project, to provide introductions into remote sensing tool in PULCHRA City Challenge platform, and I hope discuss the next steps and outputs using remote sensing in PULCHRA project, but not only in PULCHRA project, but in education generally. So I think that you know the basic how to say platform or approach of PULCHRA project. It's based on city challenges, and there are 6 city challenges topics, and our effort or approach or how to say was try to find any gaps or possibilities to implement remote sensing in solving in research within these city challenges. So and for this reason, in the PULCHRA platform, there has been developed and available remote sensing tools. That it's very good platform and tool for processing data, collecting Earth observations data, and very useful and very well developed from point of view end users to how to say create some good results based on remote sensing data. So in the second part of this presentation, my colleague Pepa will provide more information and practical introduction in this tool. And Earth observations and urban city development, what is the connections, so how can be useful remote sensing and in education. So it obviously it's reality that urban or cities and urban megapolis are very dynamic changes, developing ecosystems, and from space you can monitor and realize what is the connections between the development of cities and relationships with, for example, water sources or environments and biodiversities. And what is very relevant and what is very advanced in remote sensing is that if you look at the wide range of electromagnetic spectrum, it's coming from sun to earth. So you can see on the right that we have only very limited capabilities to see from our eyes what is around. But if we use sensors on satellites, that's we have more opportunities to see electromagnetic spectrum or a surrounding object in thermal, for example, infrared or LiDAR spectrum. So based on this information, we can see not only what is changing or what change happened, but we can as well as assess the quality or quality of objects from point of view temperature or health of vegetation. So on this screen you can see, for example, the temperature. We can measure temperature and of surface and realize how is important vegetations or water in the urban ecosystems, because in the middle you can see if there is a vegetation or water, the surface is temperature of surface is much lower than really heating artificial subjects or build up areas. So that's very important to be taking into account this informations, qualitative informations, and that's really easy to access this information from satellites. So from this point of view, we started to promote and teach the Earth observations and started with some really simply and explanations how is remote sensing important, and on the other hand, how is possible to get this data and process data. So our speech is don't be afraid of remote sensing. And last slides are dedicated on some results from a City Challenges project from Hradec Králové, City Hradec Králové. That's we together with teachers and students, we have selected the study topic focus on soil moisture content of water in soil, comparison how is important the grassland in cities, and how is important the management of grassland, if it's differed, if grassland in under really intensive cutting and or if it's better for biodiversity or temperature, if we can leave the grassland to growing up without too many managements. And we used remote sensing, Sentinel-2 data and cloud-based technologies for collecting data, processing data, and regularly to meet with students and teachers and teach them how is simple process data and what informations is it's to get from this data. So then you can see that's true color image in Hradec Králové from Sentinel-2 data. So you can see the main structures and features of city. But if you use multispectral information just to visualize bands in infrared, and then you can see how it's possible to distinguish water, and water is in blue color, and vegetation is in green, and in yellow color is a artificial area. And soil moisture and remote sensing is very important, that there are time series information for long term period. We have informations about the changing, and then in this project we selected three places and analyzed the soil moisture in this place. That there is grass, not too many or not too much intensively managed, and then you can see that soil moisture is quite increasing since 2017-18. That was a big draw in Czechia, but started to be increasing, so that's fine. And this is grassland under really intensive management, that you can see that this is soil moisture is still in the low, not increasing. And the third example is playground with artificial grassland. So you can see that the rate or level of soil moisture is really low, and of course that there is connected temperature and so on. So that's a good information, and students and teacher looking for some connections with biodiversity. They look at insects here in diversity. It's increasing or decreasing. So that's just several examples of this, and I would like to ask my colleague Pepa if he can continue with remote sensing tool.
Yeah, thank you very much, Přemek. Yeah, can you stop sharing?
Yeah, okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Josef, and today I want to show you I hope that you now see my screen. Yeah, that's perfect. I will try to, yeah, now it is perfect. And today I want to show you the remote sensing tool. The remote sensing tool is a PULCHRA platform application. So if you have some web browser, it is possible to use any web browser as you want. And as you can see here on the top bottom on the right side, there is a platform icon, and if you click on it, the PULCHRA platform will open to you, and here you can see a lot of options, and here there is a supporting tools, and in supporting tools you can find a remote sensing tool. I will send you a link if it is possible. And if you open this link from chat, I hope that you will receive it. Yeah, now I have a chat and paste it. And here you can see the link for this remote sensing tool. So if you want to, you can go step by step with me, and you can check some really interesting functions of this very special and very useful tool, which we are using, for example, as Přemysl said, in geography lessons at primary and secondary schools, and also at high schools with our colleague Honza. And as you can see, this application is totally free. It's available via PULCHRA platform, and there is nothing necessary to install or something. It's working. It's working without any installation. So first of all, it is necessary to say that this application is divided into 3 parts. The first part is a top toolbar, or we can say some top panel, which is including a lot of widgets. And also there is a second part, which is some table of contents on the left side. And also there is a biggest part, and maybe most important and most fun part, and it is a map window where we can see a lot of information. First of all, when you start using this application, it is necessary to find place which is, for example, important for your exploration, for your browsing. For me, for today, and maybe also for you, it will be La Palma. As you know, there is some active volcanoes or active volcano. I think everybody know where the La Palma is. It's a part of Canarias Island, and as you can see, it's near Morocco. And if I will go there, I'm using my mouse, and especially my wheel for scrolling. And as you can see, I found the area, I found the La Palma Island, and now I can start with some exploration. As I said in the beginning, the first part of this application is top toolbar, or special top panel, which is including some widgets. The most important widget is a calendar. I can click on this calendar, and here you can see that we have so many free satellite images. We are using Sentinel-2 datasets. It is multispectral data from Copernicus mission. And as you can see here, we can see the active volcano, and this calendar is very useful for finding some free available images. As you can see, we can move with these icons left and right. So we can, for example, change the date of acquisition. And of course, there is one more small icon, which is also important, because if we are checking multispectral images, the biggest problem for us for observing our areas is to use cloud-free images. And sometimes it is very hard, for example, in some tropic areas, as we can see, or some subtropic areas, as you can see, there are a lot of cloudy images. But of course, we can, with this special slider, or with this special swipe tool, we can set the maximum of clouds in scene. That means that there is some percentage of clouds in scene. So if we will move this slider, for example, to 20%, that means that in our view or in our extent there will be at maximum 20% of clouds. Sometimes it is it takes few seconds to find some image, and also if you will open this calendar widget, you can see that there are some colored icons of images. It's in white and in black. In white, that means that the cloud coverage is low, or it is okay with your slider. If not, then the color of the day is in black color. That means that there is much more cloud coverage. If I will stop on this number of date, you can see that, for example, here there is a cloud coverage 60%. For example, we can find some good satellite image. For example, I will set back to 100%, because if you set 100%, there are a lot of images. And if we are checking some volcanoes, it is also problem, because during this accident or during this event, we can see that also in the air there are not only clouds but also some pyroclastic materials, which are also bad for watching these volcanoes, for example, from satellite images. As you can see, there is some smoke, and we can find, for example, some image from end of October, because I know that around 25 of October there were some cloud-free images. Especially it was 17. Yes, 17 is very good image. As you can see, 17 of October, there is a really cloud-free image. But as I said, we can see that there is a smoke. As I said in the beginning, we have 3 parts of this application. So I presented only the first part and second part, which is the map window, which is also, for example, including scale, and of course you can zoom in and zoom out, and also you can use here on the top panel, you can use also these icons for zooming, and also there is a special tool for downloading images, and also for sharing screen or sharing extent to your web or to some social sites. As you can see here, there is some Twitter or Facebook or another type of social medias. The third very important part is also the table of contents, or we can say it's a layer panel. And maybe if you are working with GIS technologies, you know that we are working here in some layers. The layers you can see here that if we are using some multispectral images, as my colleague Přemysl said, that we are using multispectral images. That mean that the special camera, which is taking photos from satellite, has really special bands. These bands are created in non-visible part of spectrum. That means that you can play some special images which you can't see normally with your eyes. Of course, if we will scroll down here, you can see that there is a true color image. The true color image is an image how, for example, the cosmonauts see our Earth from air, for example, from some moon or something, or if we will take some plane and fly over this area, we will see this image. As you can see, we can't see so much things because there are clouds and so on. But if you imagine, for example, some paper or some leaf and put you on some window, you can see that the electromagnetic waves from sun is going through these images, like for example, through some paper or something. Also, we can see that there are some differences in different visible part or in non-visible part of spectrum. And as you can see, for example, if we will play some short wave part of spectrum, you can see that the electromagnetic waves are going through these clouds and also during also going through these smoke clouds. There are several layers. We can go through them. It is agriculture RGB image, which is using some special bands. Also, there is atmospheric penetration, and as you can see, the different used bands or different used images from different part of spectrum can show us a little bit different images, which can show you, for example, or which can say you much more information about surface or about the accident which is happening nowadays here at La Palma. Also, there is a bathymetric function, which is also using RGB or some special indices, water indices. So we can, for example, also use this tool if we have a cloud-free image for checking some bathymetry. So we can see the high level of underwater, especially near some land areas. Also, there is a Born area index, which is finding in image some areas which are under some fires. Also, there is some false color image, which is very important, for example, for checking vegetation. This image can distinguish, for example, water, some artificial surfaces, and of course, especially vegetation. If we will use, for example, in Central Europe, you can divide with this image some deciduous and coniferous trees and so on. Also, there is some urban false color image, which is also using for distinguishing some artificial areas, especially some metropolitan areas or some cities, and also distinguish them from, for example, from some vegetation and so on. Also, there is some geology layer, which is really great for observing some differences in soils. So you can, for example, see some dried soils and so on. And also there is a moisture index. Przemek showed you in his presentation special images of Hradec Králové, and in these images we found, for example, some differences in grasslands which are under some for example some cutting and so on, and here you can see that we can use it for some different areas, and as you can see, the red and or some orange color can detect some areas which are dried, which are without water content, and of course there are some more layers, like for example sphere image, which is again using some short wave part of spectrum. Also, it is using near infrared part of spectrum, and as you can see, we can again divide some different type of land covers and so on. Also, very important is vegetation index. The vegetation index and also moisture index, it is a special difference index, which is calculated from two different type of images which are created in different part of spectrum. And as you can see, we can use, for example, these images and this index for checking for example, some areas and for checking, for example, vegetation and so on. We can also create, for example, some time series, so we can measure the amount of biomass or something like that. Also, there is a generate function. This generate function is creating images, and I think that's all what can give you this application. With my colleague Přemek, we are also working on special guide. I will show you this guide. It's a PULCHRA guide, which is also including not only this remote sensing tool, but also it is including EO browser. I will show you this EO browser very fastly. If you are interested in this guide, I hope that it will be finished really soon. We are presenting here a lot of functions, the differences in images and so on. So I will show you very fastly also the second application which we are using, especially during our lessons, not only at Hradec Králové, as Přemek was but also in some another schools. If you enter into your browser, into your web browser, EO browser, which is application of Sentinel Hub. It is also similar application as we saw in a situation of remote sensing tool, which is also the part of or which is also created on Sentinel Hub platform. So if you open this EO browser, you can start here with exploring this application, and this application will start in few seconds. Here you can see that there is also some guide or some tutorials which you can, for example, use for observing some areas or some situation and so on. If you start this application, the EO browser, first what is most important, same as in remote sensing tool, it is necessary to find some areas. Because I'm a fan of volcanoes, I can show you one more volcano, which is Tao Volcano. It's written Tao Volcano, and if you find here, it's at Philippines. Maybe you know that this Tao Volcano is one from 10th most dangerous volcano at the world or in the world. because it's also active. As you can see, it's a special island in a Tao Lake. It's a national park. It's southern from Manila. And why it is so much dangerous? It is because there are still active volcanoes. For example, in 2020, there were some explosions, or there were some problems with this volcano. A lot of pyroclastic materials were in the air, which is very bad for health of people. And here on the left side, here you can find that there are a lot of different type of satellite images. You can see that there are Sentinel images, also Landsat images, which are really long time series images. We can see that there is it is a really old mission, which is starting in the 1970s. So you can find a lot of old images, and you can, for example, observe how our planet is changing in time. And as you can see, there is also our Sentinel-2 images. You can do some advanced search or something, and you can of course set some time range. We can, for example, try to set cloud coverage at, for example, 20%. It's not good to set 0% because it is not not possible to sometimes to find images with 0% of clouds. If I will search, as you can see, no search images, so maybe I will make much more.
Peppo, I'm sorry for interrupting your interesting presentation. I would like to ask you to be very short because we are a bit short of time.
Don't worry. Sorry for timing. And I will show you only that there are a lot of more functions which we are using, especially in remote sensing and in GIS. For example, we can see that there is, for example, some compare functions. Also, here you can see the volcano after explosion. But if we will go, for example, to 2019. To some image, you can see that here is a volcano before the explosion. So I will show only some image before it, and as you can see that there are on the right side a lot of more functions which we are using, like for example some 3D images or something. And as you can see, you can, for example, download analytical images, and for example, you can do some time series, as Przemek showed you. For example, here I can show you how it is really easy to calculate some time series. So you can, for example, observe the time series and so on. For our for my end, I will show you also the compare. As you can see, you can use some swipe images and so on. So from my side for today, it's all. I hope that you enjoyed my presentation or my my part in this meeting, and I hope that you have some questions for me or maybe for Przemek. If you are also interested, we can show you more in sometime, or you can contact us. And we can, for example, make some longer workshop, which will be focused on a remote sensing tool or on EO browser of Sentinel Hub.
Thank you, Peppo and Przemku, for this presentation. I think it was fascinating. Thank you for this insight in this fascinating world of remote sensing. we are quite short of time now, so I would like to ask everybody, if you have a question, just write it down to the chat and we will answer it afterwards, or don't hesitate and use the offer of Pepa to contact directly Pepa and Přemek and make some presentation or something like that according to the according to your needs. And there is the last part of this morning session, which is dedicated to PULCHRA app, and speaking Christina Garoufalia from Corallia organization from Greece. Hello, Christina, are you there? Christina, do we have you? Christina Garoufalia is here, but have muted microphone. Christina, if you can hear me, can you unmute your microphone? It seems Christina cannot hear us. So maybe we gain a few time for some questions to previous presentations. Now I can see in the chat that Naya Krabi wrote down that I don't have a question, but just wanted to say that I really enjoyed the view of the volcano. So do I.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, hello,
sorry,
Christina.
I had some issues with my microphone. Sorry about that.
Okay, we are happy to hear you, Christina. Welcome.
So, hello, everyone. I'm sorry I didn't join the workshop from the beginning. I was in an urgent meeting earlier. So I will be, let me check, yes. I will be presenting the PULCHRA app that was developed for the PULCHRA project. So just a few information first, some information on the goal of the app. We wanted the app to act as a dissemination and engagement tool about the cities acting as urban ecosystems, and to explore the possibility of engaging target groups who do not usually engage with these topics. So this is the benefit of the app, is to network and exchange information with people of different backgrounds, countries, but that they share the same love for science and environment and involvement as well. And of course, this may be the same difficulties in their own neighborhoods and cities. Of course, the app is about the city challenges and the sustainable development goals that the PULCHRA project deals with. So by all these, we would like to say that our target audience is quite wide, is what we call the general public. So anyone who has an interest in these issues, in the city challenges, in practices about the cities and neighborhood related to the sustainable development goals, actions about improving the quality of life for more resilient cities. So our PULCHRA app is available both in Play Store and in App Store. In the Play Store, you will be finding it as PULCHRA, while in the App Store as PULCHRA Schools. While this is a kind of a short presentation to show you what will happen if you download the PULCHRA app. So in the beginning, we start with some teaser questions and pictures to introduce you in the content of the app. So there are some nice pictures and questions saying like, want to learn more about this? How you will improve your neighborhood? Do you think that quality of life would change if we manage cities in a different way as urban ecosystems? So this is a kind of a slideshow, and it appears only the first time you download and launch the app. So if you click here on the Let's Start, then this option, the sign in, sign up options pop up. So you have different options of registering in the app. You could either provide your own details or do it via Facebook or Google+. So again, this section will appear only the first time you log in. And of course, in case you choose to log out of the app, you will be redirected in the sign-in option here. If you do not choose to log out of the app, then you will automatically be redirected to the newsfeed page, which we will be seeing in the next slides. So next, another teaser question. Do you want to know more about the SDGs? So here we present all the SDGs, not only the ones that are related to the PULCHRA project, but you can click on each one of these squares and find some information, find a bit more about each goal, Sustainable Development Goal. And these ones are, you can stop, you can go back, you can check again a different square, or you can do a slideshow and go from one to the other if you want to know about all of them. And then this will lead you to the city challenges content. So this is information material as it has been defined by the PULCHRA project. So you can click on each box, if we can say that, on each challenge, and learn a bit more about what it is about and to which SDGs is related to. So this material again will be viewed the same the first time you will log in the PULCHRA app. If you would like to have some more information about the city challenges, there is a dedicated description of them in the PULCHRA platform. And I will explain later how you can, apart from logging in outside of the app to the PULCHRA platform, I can show you how you will reach the PULCHRA platform from the PULCHRA app. So next step is the fact that PULCHRA would like to know your preferences. Preferences to what? Which city challenges are you interested in? Which countries do you want to know about? And which SDGs from the ones that the PULCHRA project deals with would like to be informed? Why do we want to know this information from you? Because this will provide a tailor-made feedback for you in the newsfeed section. You can choose all of them, all options in all categories, or maybe someone would like to know more about partying cities and zero hunger in Czech Republic. So this means that here in the newsfeed section, only the options that are related to the powering cities for zero hunger in Czech Republic will appear. So what is what we can see in the newsfeed is the page, if we can say that, that the signed-in users log in. I mean, if I'm logged in the app, the first page I see when I open the app is my newsfeed page. So there are quite a few options here. If you can see, maybe it's not so easy to see, but I will explain everything for you. So here, if you click on this little person here, it says profile. It leads you to this section here. Okay, let me maybe I can describe this here in this section. So if you go to the profile, you will see your username and the posts you have posted in the app. You have this button here, the gear button, that will redirect you in the settings page. And then the settings, you can either upload or change your picture. You can check your account. If you click here, this is what you will see: your name, your email address, your password, your location, and you could either save changes or not, or you could either save changes or not. And if you click on the preferences, this will direct you to the preferences you have already stated in the beginning when the first time you downloaded the app, and you might now realize that you don't want only to be informed about what is happening in Czech Republic, but in Cyprus as well. So you will go here and from this drop-down list, and you will also select the checkbox of Cyprus and submit, of course, so that changes can take place. Here is the option to log out from your account in case you don't want your app to remember that you are logged in all the time. I'm really sorry about this. Lots of meetings at the same time. Okay, so let's go again to our news feed, our main page. There is a plus button. What happens if you click on this button? You are redirected to a page that you can create a post. So you can write a description and add any hashtags. For example, would like to state this, that is happening, hashtag Greece, hashtag is related to the SDG 1. This is automatically produced. You just write hashtag SDG, and then you have a selection of the SDGs of the PULCHRA project. And then you click on post. And you can see that this message appears here. And of course, before approving your post, there will be a review of its content so as to make sure that everything is okay. Okay, and here we have the insights section. You will be redirected if you click on here. Here you will see articles, the content of the SDGs, the city challenges, which if you click on here, you will be directed in the platform, in the PULCHRA platform, to learn more about the city challenges. If you click on this very nice circle with the SDGs, again, you will see this page you saw in the beginning, because maybe you do not remember what SDG 7 is about. So you can click on here and then click on 7, affordable and clean energy, by the way, very interesting goal. And this is how it will appear. It will be exactly the same way you would be able to see it in the beginning. You can see it now as well. What you need to understand here is that here you will see articles that match with your preferences only. This is like the tailor-made feedback we were talking about. And last, we have this I/about button section. So this will lead you to a description of each one of the PULCHRA project partners. This is hyperlinked. So if you click on here, you will be redirected to the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens webpage to learn more about the partner. And this will be happening for all our PULCHRA partners here with the little dots you can see. And if in the end, after this European flag, I'm sorry, it doesn't show properly, there is a more button that if you click on this more, you will learn more about the PULCHRA project. That's a short abstract just to find what PULCHRA is all about in a nutshell. And of course, by clicking on each one of the flags, you will find this abstract in the respective language. And in the end, if you click on the visit website button, this will redirect you to the PULCHRA website, not the PULCHRA platform, but the PULCHRA website. So some figures I really find interesting to show. In order to design, develop and launch the PULCHRA app, we followed a development cycle with 10 different stages, each one with their importance. It took us 12 months for the design and development of the app, and 5 more months for the app to be released and be available for downloading from the Play and App stores. So far, because it's an ongoing process, we have exchanged 536 emails. We have organized and participated in 8 dedicated meetings, and 55 persons have been involved in all 10 stages that we implemented, meaning from the planning phase, the development, the feedback received, the testing from different teams, from the IT department, from the creative sector, from the PULCHRA project partners themselves, because some PULCHRA project partners were participating in the testing, and of course from people from our collaborators inside and outside Corallia. So that was my presentation for the PULCHRA app. I don't know if I went too fast. You have any questions or any thoughts you would like to share?
Thank you, Christina, for your presentation. And we have a question in the chat. Can we upload our own activities about environment, poverty, etc. by the mobile application or not?
Well, if they are somehow related to the city challenges and the SDGs and the countries of the project, I cannot see why not. I find it, very interesting, and at least in my opinion, this is the way, for participation, for involvement the project, because we don't want, the app to be just the app of a project. We want to involve more people to network and exchange information. So other users might also find it interesting and do the same. I would really like this, see it happening.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And if you have any other last question, please say it right now, because I don't want to take more time for lunch. Right. Maybe later on, if you need to raise a question, just put it in the chat and we can answer it afterwards. And now this is the end of the morning session. The lunch break is coming, and my question is if 50 minutes are enough for lunch for all of you, because the program is quite full. So, okay, I can see your heads. Okay, so you can stay, or you can hold this line if you are not gonna to stop, or we are not gonna to break this meeting. So hold this line. Just please turn off your screens or microphones. But if you need to interrupt this meeting, you will find us on the same link on Zoom as in morning. So good appetite. Don't miss afternoon's program. It will be about sharing good practice. Don't miss presentation of our journalist expert, Maria Drahoňovská. It will be starting 13:30 here on Zoom. So good appetite, and let's see each other at 9:30 p.m.
Our blog is focused on the presentations of Maria Drahoňovská, The name of the presentations is PULCHRA Projects Matter. Why let the world know about your activities? So that's, I think, very important part in presentations, because PULCHRA projects, so ambitious of PULCHRA projects is not just to find some information or search some information, but very important is to let it know to communities, local communities, and share experiences and results with relevant stakeholders and communities. So I would like to ask Marie Drahoňovská, who is a journalist and author of PULCHRA Handbook of a Young Reporter from Czechia, if she can present her presentations.
Thank you, Přemek, and hello everybody. Yeah, my name is Maria Drahoňovská, and now I will try to share with you the presentation. So just give me a second. Okay. Can you see the presentation now?
Yeah. Yes, we see it.
Perfect. So you've already heard about the topic of this presentation. Yeah. Basically, I would like to talk to you about why is it so important that you share the projects you're working on with your audience, with public, because we all know you're doing amazing things, and it would be shame if nobody knows about it. But first, I would like to introduce myself a little bit, like in very short, because you should know why can I speak here in front of you? And yes, so I'm a journalist and I'm working on environmental topics for several years. I was writing articles for the journal 7th Generation, which is concerned about environmental topics. And for the past 8 months, I was working for JM News in Georgia, also on a podcast about environmental topics. And we all know that communicating environmental topics with audience is sometimes tricky. And I always have to think myself, okay, why is it important and what can I do to bring the information to people so they listen? So I think that's why I'm here talking to you, and let's go for it. So in this 20 minutes we have here, I would like to talk about 3 points. First is why. Why is it important to share the information? Second is how. What social media you can use and how to use them. And the third part is what. What helps, what is good if we do it, and what does not work. So yeah, we have this, and let's go. And now first, at the beginning, I would like to ask you if you ever heard of those 2 people, and if yes, if you can please write their names into the chat. We'll have just like a minute on it. It's okay if you know just one of them or both, just try to write something into the chat. I'm getting some answers. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. That's what I actually expected, and that's why I have here this example. So as you said, we have Greta Thunberg on the right, sorry, and on the left we have David Buckle. And Greta Thunberg, she is a Swedish activist. Maybe many of you heard of her because she became very famous by protesting in front of the Swedish parliament, saying that the politics has to do something about the environmental problems. And on the left side, we have David Buckle, and he was a very famous lawyer in LGBTQ community. And he also was the person who established the biggest compost site in America. And yeah, he also became a little bit famous by the way he died, because he committed a suicide. And it was kind of a protest about what is happening in the world. He also wrote a letter in which he says, I'm burning myself with fossil fuels because that's what we are doing by burning fossil fuels in the world. And I hope this will raise awareness. And he sent this email to the journalists. And for 24 hours, it was the biggest news of the day. But ever since after, nobody really talks about it. And I was thinking myself, why is it so? Why Greta Thunberg became so popular? And on the other side, a very well-known, famous and good lawyer, trustful person who committed such a thing is not really known among people. And I think the reason is that his way of presenting what he's doing was desperate, and it was a huge thing to do, which people don't really want to hear because they feel threatened. They can't really relate themselves with what he's done. And that's why they don't really want to think about it, because it's too sad. But Greta Thunberg, she communicates really in a good way. She's saying, I'm just a child and I want you to do something. She actually made the best out of it being just a child. And yeah, she inspired thousands of children and teenagers and even adults all around the world to go to the streets and really talk about the topics. So why am I showing this example to you? I think you, most of you are probably working with children on some projects. I think you are in a very good position to be heard, because the topics and the projects you're working on are something positive, and you're working with children, and that's something people like to hear. And it would be shame not to talk about it and don't promote it. Second part is 6 reasons why, and I think there are of course many more than just those 6, but I took those 6 just as an example. So first is the education, because of course if you're communicating the topics with public, you can educate people. And if we, all of us, want people to start doing something, first we have to tell the people why, like that it's even here, this problem. Second is activization, because by communicating what you're doing and maybe also how people can join you, you can actually make people to come and help you or do something similar in their own schools or villages or cities. Third is prestige, because nowadays climate change is actually a popular topic all around the world. Everyone is talking about it in politics and everywhere else. So I think even parents, if they heard that in your school you are working with children on environmental topics, you are actually trying to teach them something in this way, it's something prestigious and you should be proud of it and communicate it with your community and your audience. Fourth point is community support, because if people knows about you and they feel sympathy with you and they see that what you're doing is good, they will support you. That means that if you organize something, they will come and help you, and they can support you in many ways. But community support, I mean also that it's very common that people who are doing something for the environment, they don't know about each other. And sometimes it's tough because being on everything by themselves, it feels like, we can't change anything. But if you all communicate your projects, you actually get to know about each other and you feel the support of the community, which is very, very important also for the psychological side of doing something like that. Fifth point is financial support, because there are many people who are so busy with their jobs that they don't really have time to change something around themselves. But they really see that you're doing a great thing, and I think they will be more than happy to even support you financially. Also, if you became popular in your city and people knows about you, I think there is much bigger chance that maybe even the mayor of your town or city will support the projects you are doing, and that could be also very good for your school. And the last point is not here yet, and it's inspiration, because of course, learning by seeing things is one of the very important ways how to teach something. And if you do the projects right, you will inspire many other people, as Greta did, as we saw before. Now there is the question, okay, we know we have to share what we are doing, but how can we actually do it? And I think after, or even during this situation we are living now, the reality of pandemic, all of us kind of learned how to work with social media. And even if not, I think this is a great opportunity to actually involve the students, because maybe in this time your students know even more about social media and how to use them than the teachers. And I think nowadays it's very popular in education to also be partners with the students and to learn from each other. So yeah, I think here it could be very creative. You can use YouTube for videos, Instagram, very good for photos, any kind of visuals, or even selfie style videos. Then Facebook is good if you actually already have something you want to communicate with your audience, to write a very short post or to create an event. Twitter is also good, but it's very specific and for specific audience. There you should just communicate facts and very short facts. It's mainly news reporting, so not that much about visuals. And yeah, newspapers or blog posts are good if you already have a lot of information and it's for a specific audience who is already following you, because they will be the one who wants to read the topic. But I think what is important now to say is that you don't have to wait for anything to share something about what you're doing, because you don't need to have any results. You could communicate and start communicating with your audience right now. Even taking a print screen from this presentation and putting it on Facebook saying, hello, we are here and we are learning something new because we want to bring this project to you, to the audience. Even this is very good to start a contact with people. So don't be afraid that you don't have maybe some results or you don't know what to share, because really in any time you can start, and it's best to start as soon as possible. And I've also added to this presentation TikTok, because I didn't have it there before. And one of the guys from the presentation asked me, but why not TikTok? And I told him, I think that TikTok is more about fun than about sharing the news. But I think nowadays it's changing, and actually the audience, the age group you are working with, they are mainly on TikTok. And yeah, there are like some videos, so even TikTok could be used to promote the projects you're doing. Here is just some data, so you can see the most popular platforms, media platforms on internet. So the most popular is still Facebook, but YouTube and Instagram is fast growing, and these data are from 2020. And I think if we would have more recent data, we will see that it's really growing fast. And yeah, if you have audience who are more parents and adults, then I think it's best to share the information still on Facebook, because as you can see, 63% of the audience, like of the whole mass of people on social media, are still using Facebook. But from my own experience and also from the data, if you are communicating something and your target audience is around 20 or teenagers, none of them has Facebook anymore. So it's much better to use YouTube or Instagram, which is very popular now, even by teenagers. Twitter is actually more for really sophisticated news for the teachers or people around 30, even over 40. It's different age group. So this is also important to have in mind. And now we are moving to the stage of what works. And yeah, these are 6 points which I used during my journalist practice, and also it's said that it works. And it's stories, question, visualization, being clear, universal concepts, and icons. Let's look closer to it. So stories. And yeah, I also want to say that those are actually the tips for you, what you can do on your social media. Stories, they always work because people, your audience, they can relate to it. And it's a very personal way of sharing something. And I have here post Humans of Rostave, which is in Georgia, but similar Facebook page works of Humans of New York, or we have one in our university in Brno. And it's just stories about casual people, normal people, everyone could be there, sharing their stories, why they started to do something. Important thing is that it's personal. And yeah, people like to read stories of other people because they can relate to them. I think writing those posts, you can introduce yourself, introduce the students, the teacher, and what you are doing. Second is questions. It's good to ask questions to your audience because they feel involved and they feel that actually you are interested in what they think. And we all know that we like to be asked of our opinion. We like to share our opinion, and it's also good to ask our audience, what do they think? It's not only important for this, but we can also get very useful data from asking questions. We can create a poll, as on this picture on Instagram, asking people what do they think if they are interested in what we are doing. And then we can present those data on other social media saying, okay, we've heard that 60% of you would like to have community garden and they would use it. So that's great information, and we will start doing that. So yeah, this is another tool. Third tool is visualization. And there is this little quote that a picture is worth 1,000 words and one video is worth 1,000 pictures. So yeah, what catch our attention is visualization. So if we see this little child playing with the mud, it will tell us a lot more than if we just write a post in words. Yeah, because it tells us emotion, it drags us in. So yeah, use pictures, videos, or visualizations. Then be clear. And I've used here a picture from Friends, from a scene when Monica says, but they don't know that we know that they know. And everyone kind of get confused. Okay, who knows what? And we don't want people to be confused. We want people to actually know what we want to tell them. And one thing how we can do this, to be clear, is make lists. And those lists could be 10 steps or 10 tips or rules how to do something. Here is an example how to sort or handle your trash. So yeah, if you make even 5 steps, what people can follow, they will understand you. And yeah, it's a good way how to communicate something. Fifth concept is the universal concepts. And those are the concepts that all of us are familiar with. We all have an experience with love, with family, with work, friendship, death, freedom, or nature. And that's why it works so much in our stories. So if we start talking about nature, people like to read it because, yeah, everyone loves nature. Everyone has family and they can relate to the story. So yeah, those are just few universal concepts you can use if you write in your article about something and people will like it. 6 is icons, because unfortunately people are more interested in what, for example, Arnold Schwarzenegger says than if some student from high school is saying the same. So I found this picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger saying he is a vegetarian or actually even a vegan. And still he is such a muscle guy, strong guy, many guys can relate to him. And if you let him say what you want to promote or any other icon, it will catch more attention than, yeah, if you're just trying to say it yourself. So yeah, I don't know if any one of you knew that Arnold is actually vegetarian. For me, it was a very surprising thing. And yeah, I think for many people it could be. Yeah, so now we talked about what works. And of course, it's also important to say what does not work. And yeah, here are 4 things which don't work, which is long texts, because if something is really long, then people stop think about it, and yeah, they stop reading it. So just be clear, be short, and it's perfect. Second is complicated text. Sometimes we want to sound more professional, and maybe we use words which people don't understand. This does not work, because in these days everyone is in a hurry and they don't want to read text and think about what actually it says. So be very clear and don't use complicated words. Third thing is old texts. Yeah, we are more interested in what is happening right now than what happened a few months later or 1 year later. So just try to, if you share something, try to share it as soon as it happens. Fourth thing is communication inside your bubble, because that's what we often do, because in our bubble we are understood and we are accepted, and it's very nice to share the success, what we've done with people who understands us. And it's also important to have this community support. But what is even more important is to share it with people who don't have the same opinion as we do, and with people who actually maybe don't even know about the things. So yeah, that's very important, and you can do it maybe if you communicate with media or really try to share it on different social platforms, and yeah, try to speak with people who maybe are on different wave than you are. But the last word I want to say is that everything is better than silence. So don't be afraid to do something wrong. Just do it, because everything will be better than if you don't do nothing. And that's everything from me. I know it was kind of fast, but I hope you had time to think about it, take some notes, and I will be happy if you ask any questions, or if any question come to you later, just don't hesitate to write me on my email, and enjoy the rest of this time you have here today.
Yeah, thank you, Maria, for your interesting presentations and useful advices. And now it's time for questions. If you would like to ask directly questions or write questions in the chat.
A vidím, že I start speaking Czech. I see that Karl Schneider is
right.
raising the hand. So.
Exactly. I have a short question. What is, in your experience, the balance between, let's say, the more traditional local media, such as newspaper, and the, let's say, far-reaching social media, where I would exaggerate this a bit, spread a word that many people don't actually really let's say understand, or that does not make them active, that just they consume the news and then go on to the next one. What is sort of your balance between these fast media with no, exaggerating again, no long-lasting effect, and the slow media with possible long-lasting effect?
So are we talking here like about the newspaper and then social media? If I'm understanding right?
Yeah,
or
I was talking about
no.
something that is local, like newspaper is local, and something that is global, like these social media, and where lots of information goes through the media again, and let's say only few but specific information is communicated in newspapers.
So yeah, I think if we communicate actually on local media, it always have better results because people maybe know the places we are working at, they can more relate with it. So yeah, it's like local media are usually even read more, they are more accepted. Maybe sometimes the people even know the journalists. So it makes it's more reliable than if we write something very general and global. And also in journalistic world, we have this say that the further information you get, like the news from the world, it won't be that important for the reader than those local news. I think also if we are communicating for a long time about the same topic, people can actually, yeah, they're following us and they can start doing something. If we only say what's happened now and then we inform about the thing 1 year later, then yeah, it has less value. But I don't know if I answered the question, sorry.
Pretty much. So I was looking at that balance between social media and the local media, and what you would recommend for this for educational projects. What is the better approach in educational projects where I want to reach a very specific group of, let's say, one school that does something for one community?
So in this way, I think the balance is to really use the social media during the whole time of your project. So it's really a lot more frequent. You can post something at least each week, so the people and your community can actually follow you. And then if you have some results or something you're really proud of and you want to share it maybe with a wider audience, then it's good to invest the energy and write a bigger piece and send it to local media, where it could even get to a wider audience, maybe than on the social media when you have your community. But I think, yeah, of course, the communication on the social media must be more frequent. It really could be at least every week, maybe sometimes even every day.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And yeah, there is Marco Contrin asking as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Marie. It was congratulations for a very good presentation. We enjoyed it.
Thank you.
And my doubt that I want to have your opinion is because I'm a scientist, basically. And I'm always in doubt if the communication has to be fast or correct, because sometimes if it's too fast, we may make some mistakes and we can deliver a wrong information. So frequently we are not fast, maybe, but because we try to be correct. And what do you think? Because this social media needs to be fast. In the communication. What is your opinion about it?
So my opinion is, of course, it's always better to be correct than fast. But at the same time, on social media, you don't have to always share things that in any way could be wrong. I think the social media are here to really get the community. So on social media, you can present your team, you can present what you've done, what just happened, but it's not facts. And for an article, it's of course better to wait to get to gather the information, the data, and have it right. And really, for me, as I inform about environmental topics, I know how long time it takes to understand the topic. You have to read a lot of materials, and it's important to understand it well. So for articles, I would say take your time and really collect the data, and when you're satisfied, then send it to the media. But on the social media, don't be afraid, because always you can correct yourself, you can just share their pictures, something that is not controversial and that it's still important and interesting. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much.
I will look into the chat if there is some question. No?
I don't see
Okay.
any question.
Actually, I think we are kind of out of time anyway, so thank you very much for those two very important questions. I hope I understood well and answered well enough, and enjoy the rest of your time here.
Yeah, thank you, Maria, for your presentations, reactions, and thanks for questions. And of course, at the end of this afternoon session, there will be time for conclusions, and that there is prepared some PULCHRA snack that it could be a pool for more discussion, so we can use it if you need it. So thank you, and now that it's approaching time, and now it's time for school presentations. This session is reserved for presentations and of results and projects in PULCHRA. In our PULCHRA project, it's called Challenges in Our City. So when we reserve time or create a schedule and program with Lenka, and so we were a little bit worried about if students and teachers were interested in presentations, and we can see that we are really happy that the interest and the presentations, we met with really big interest in the presentation. So we have been collecting 6 presentations from the PULCHRA schools, and 1 more presentations is pre-recorded. So let's have a time now for this 6 presentation, respectively 7 presentations. And what is important to say, that the time for 1 presentation is 5 minutes, and then should be reserved 3 minutes for your questions, if you want, and maybe it could be recommended, write your questions to the chat if you have during the presentation some idea or questions, and Lenka is going to help me with reading the questions in the chat. And so that there is result 70 minutes, and there will be a break. So I don't waste the time, and I would like to invite the first school and presenters. Is first presentations is from Isis Bassa Friulana from Italy schools, Lorela Rigonat, and students should present their results. So please, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, we're some of the students that are attending the 4th year of chemistry of the Arturo Malignani School in Cervignano del Friuli. We're here with some of our teachers, and we're in Northern Italy, and today we're going to talk to you about the project that we are participating in. I'm going to share the screen right now. Okay. Just a moment. Can you see everything? Okay. So we are taking part in a regeneration project of the park in our town, the Prodondin Park, through PULCHRA, which, as you know, aims on city challenges online workshop. And we're focusing on some targets of the 2030 agenda that are these 5 ones: quality education, industry, innovation and infrastructure, sustainable cities and communities, and climate action and life on land. We are developing the Science in the City project, through which our school has set itself 2 main targets that we are facing in these 2 years. The first one is to create some urban spaces that connect people in a healthy environment. And the second one is to create some innovations for social and environmental benefits. How do we create green spaces for scientific environmental practice? Specifically, our goal is to redevelop this park and make it lively. And we're planning to do that, setting up some open air labs where the citizens and tourists have the chance to try to do some measurements, and where we can monitor soil, water, vegetation, and land cover. Here's the location of the park. Right here, we're in Northern Italy, in Friuli Venezia Giulia. And what is our school practically doing? During the summer school and the school year, different classes have been doing some analysis on the state of water of Alise river, which is the river that runs through our park. Vegetation, land cover, and soil study, and we've been analyzing the impact of neighboring cultivated fields. How could we involve citizens in this? Communicating to involve them in the co-management of the park and the collection of data with apps or online sites. Okay. We're periodically repeating these measurements to monitor the state of the park, and in the river we're analyzing some chemical and microbiological parameters in 5 different stations. The chemical ones are the nitrates, conductivity, pH, temperature, O2 saturation, and turbidity. And the microbiological ones are the coliform bacteria. As for the soil, we've analyzed pH, redox potential, soil composition, microelements colors, and carbonates in 5 other sampling stations. Instead, for the land cover, we've been analyzing the tangent, the angle, the distance, the eyesight of trees, and the tree height and diameter using globe protocols. So during the project, we mainly discussed about the current situation of the park and the proposals that we want to make to the region, because there are many critical aspects, such as the dangerous accessibility. Currently, as you can see from these images, to reach the park on foot from our school, we have to walk directly on the main road, where there are no zebra crossing or sidewalks. So our idea is to make it safer and create another entrance to the park. There are also the problems linked to the abandonment of waste in the park, invasive vegetation, the high concentrations of nitrates and coliforms, water pollution, and unusual internal collection, like this bridge that totally collapsed in a couple of months. On the 4th of November, we presented our project to the stakeholders looking for collaborators in the redevelopment of the park, and on the 18th of November, we presented our project to the second-year students, and they discussed with us about common aspects between the PULCHRA project and the Architecture Biennale in Venice that has Living Together as title, and where they propose plans and help citizens with scientific and informative actions to understand the problems and potential of the environment. We mainly told them what our ideas are and how we want to involve citizens to create an open air lab recreational areas, and organized activities. And we did this through LEAP. LEAP is an acronym that stands for Learning, Exploring, and Activity Paths, and it is a different way of working in team. We developed this project through 5 different stations. We were first introduced to the project at school, then we monitored and analyzed the different parameters of soil and cover, vegetation, and air in the park, and finally we went back to school again and we organized our notes and ideas. What will our next steps be? We'd like to involve students of computer science and electronics in the construction of an automated data system with a sensor for temperature, humidity, air, and soil. And we're also planning to create poster advertising and QR codes to put in each station where we'll insert the data and results of our activities. We'll meet the municipal administration and our region to talk about our proposals, time and ways to realize this project, and will involve all classes of our institute and citizens too. Okay, thank you so much. I've finished.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentations, and congratulations with your effort and results. That's fantastic. What he already done. So if there is some questions, reactions for audience, maybe I would have a question. Actually, who is the owner of this park? Is a municipality or?
It's regional.
Yeah, regional. Yeah. So that's yeah. So you have been in touch with these institutions.
Yeah.
It's very open. Yeah. So that's very good. It's I look at is in audience if there is a question.
There are no questions at the moment, but they are very nice comments. Would like to admire that I really enjoyed the presentation. It was
we'll see them. We'll see in the comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you for presenting your research.
Yeah. Thank you and good luck in continuations and really results. And I would like to ask the second presenters. That is from a school from Poland, from Stefan Żeromski Secondary School, and Marcena Papis, and students from this school are going to present their project and results. So the time and floor is yours.
Hello. In search of clean air. European project Science in the City, building participatory urban learning community hubs through research and activation at the first secondary school after Stefan Żeromski in Opoczno. Agenda of the speech. Welcome, stakeholders of our project, realize project activities, summation.
Challenge completed in the school year 2020-2021. In the current school year, our school is implementing the project Green Light for Opoczno in search of clean air, taking into account the local condition of Opoczno, the potential of external and local partners with whom we have.
We don't hear a sound. So
obviously the microphone was turned off.
Yeah, so microphone is supposed to take off. The Marcena.
Do you hear me?
Yes,
now it's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Next, our project activities. Our team consists of 66 people, and the name of it is Science Team. The stakeholders of our project are Woodchef Education Officer, District Starosty in Opočno, the Municipal Office in Opočno, the Warsaw University of Life Science, the John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin. Additionally, we are supported in the implementation of our task by the Warsaw School of Economics and numerous local entrepreneurs.
A special PULCHRA tab has been created on the school's website informing about project activities. Our project activities. We organized a video conference together for Opočno in search of clean air.
We got to know the special development plan of the city of Opočno.
We have prepared advertisements promoting sustainable developed activities in Opočno.
We created clean air fashion projects, conducted small art workshops.
The school competition for the development of space around the school, Together for Opočno, in search of clean air, was held.
There was a student initiative, Plan It Yourself.
We recorded a film promoting the activities, Together for Opočno, in search of clean air.
Workshop by the Warsaw School of Economics on the proper use of project funds.
Stakeholders conducted an 18-hour workshop for the youth of our high school for the development of green areas in Opočno.
Sample documentation from workshop conducted by the Warsaw University of Life Science teams under the supervision of Dr. Habilitated Agnieszka Cieszewska. Workshop 1, Green Infrastructure, Elements and Function, was held. During it, we learned about the environmental problems of Opočno. Climate change is discussed on the basis of specific analysis of weather components. Extremely interesting was the task referring to the different emission temperature values of dust and gases. Attention was drawn to nature-based solutions.
As part of the workshop work, we conducted various surveys. For example, what elements of green infrastructure in Opočno do we know? And as you can see on the slide, in the second survey, we dealt with the function performed by selected elements of the green facilities in our city.
An example of documentation from workshop 2 run by the team of the Warsaw University of Technology under the supervision of Dr. Engineer Katarzyna Remdzińska. As part of classes, we worked in the mural application, which allowed us to determine how much greenery should be in Opočno. When analyzing trees, we investigated correlation between population, the city, land, jumping, noise, flood risk, and covering with tree crowns. We used photographic documentation of the indicated areas from the Google Street View application, analyzed the preferences of residents, and compared them with their needs. In the teams, we presented guidelines for Green Opočno.
An example of documentation from workshop 3 conducted by the team of the Warsaw University of Technology under the supervision of Dr. Engineer Katarzyna Remdzińska. During the workshop 3 conducted in the mural application, the components from our school created minute maps, decided the arrangement of the green areas. On the basis of the workshop, a pro bono report, Popularizing Nature, was created, which can be an introduction to expert analysis.
Our project activities. Stakeholders have developed a survey on the perception of public greenery by the residents of Opočno, especially for our city, and the UNEP Grid Center created a geo-survey.
These are sensational tools, the visit of which have set us the direction of action.
Thanks to these forms of work, we have applied advanced social participation co-creation.
The geo-survey subject given to public consultation shows that the most green areas are offered by the inhabitants of the town. Among the proposed are square smalls from greenery, single trees, and green walls, green stops. Flower meadows are proposed and roundabouts, green roofs were mostly proposed in town.
In order to disseminate our activities, we spoke at the 32nd session of the Opolczyński County Council and the 32nd session of the City Council in Opočno.
Other forms on dissemination of project activities. Website of the municipal office, school Facebook, website of district office, local newspaper, for example, top.
We create hydrangea gardens. Thank you for your attention.
Greeting from Poland.
Thank you.
I would like to thank you for your interesting presentations, very good results, and obviously what is very nice, you are able to working in team, not only in field, but as well as during the presentations. That was very nice. And now it's time for questions or comments from audience.
So thank you for the presentation. I was enjoying it, and I have a question. I have no experience with what you described the geo-survey. So if you can just, who is participating in the geo-survey, or how it is done, or how you did it, or how it was done? Can you just say a few sentences about that? Thank you.
Sorry, when we think of making the survey, it was mainly done by the questions conducted in the city town. So the citizens of our city answered our questions, and then we get some nice information, and we use them to create our survey well. So it was very necessary and helpful for us.
Yep, thank you for questions and answer. If there is no another questions, so thank you again. Congratulations to your work and good luck in continuations. And let's move to Cyprus and have a presentations of students from Agios Ioannis Lyceum and Nicolau, and students from these schools are prepared to present its project. So floor is yours.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. I can confirm we can see a presentation.
Yes.
And listen you.
Actually, my classmate is going to start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Harry, and I will present with my classmate Hara our presentation about our game. We will show our team what we did during the project, the lifelong learning, the game, the challenge and circular economy, the implementation, and the video. This is our team, 12 students and 4 teachers. Students from our school contributed to create a non-formal education game about the environment and the circular economy. Finally, it's a game based on strategy. As a main learning purpose, we have 2 categories, formal and non-formal learning. The first aims to acquiring a qualification, for example, necessary school graduation. The second aims to acquiring knowledge or skills with or without confirmation of participation, for example, hobbies. Another category is learning without main purpose, which is informal learning that aims in learning process in everyday situation like cooking skills and language skills. The goal of the game is for participants to understand the problem of waste management and to make the best decision for the environment.
One of the inverted objectives is to involve teams in the decision-making process using their critical thinking. The team gains skills in collaboration and decision-making under pressure. The game consists of community card PULCHRA, waste card, space expansion card, visual initial budget, site regeneration card, and strategic planning forms. For the full implementation, it takes 6 hours, and according to the steps below: update, study, strategic planning study, strategic planning, implementation in virtual time, errors, and discussion. Now we are going to watch a video that we made. It shows the full implementation of the game.
Το παιχνίδι είναι ένα οργανωμένο παιχνίδι μη τυπικής εκπαίδευσης, με συγκεκριμένους περιβαλλοντικούς σκοπούς, στη διαχείριση των απορριμμάτων και στην κυκλική οικονομία. Είναι ένα παιχνίδι στρατηγικής με πολύ διαφορετικά αποτελέσματα, ανάλογα με τη στρατηγική που θα ακολουθήσει κάθε ομάδα. Σκοπός είναι να αντιληφθούν οι συμμετέχουσες επιστημονικές ομάδες των ρόλων των δικών τους αποφάσεων σε σχέση με το περιβάλλον, να ευαισθητοποιηθούν περιβαλλοντικά και να κατανοήσουν το πρόβλημα διαχείρισης των αποβλήτων, με απότερο σκοπό την περιβαλλοντική ευαισθητοποίηση στο θέμα των αποβλήτων. Ένας από τους έμεσους στόχους είναι να εμπλακούν οι επιστημονικές ομάδες στη διαδικασία λήψης αποφάσεων, χρησιμοποιώντας τη δική τους κριτική σκέψη σε μία μακροχρόνια στρατηγική. Στο παιχνίδι θα υπάρχει μια προσομοίωση σε εικονικό χρόνο με αντιστοιχεία στον πραγματικό χρόνο, για να μπορούν οι εμπλακόμενοι να αντιληφθούν τα αποτελέσματα της στρατηγικής τους σε σχέση με την περιβαλλοντική πολιτική και κυκλική οικονομία.
1. Καρτέλα παιχνιδιού της κοινότητας PULCHRA. 2. Ποσότητες σκουπιδιών. 3. Αρχικό οικονομικό μπάτζετ. 4. Πλάνο στρατηγικού σχεδιασμού. 5. Πλάνο συμφωνίας μεταξύ των ομάδων. 6. Καρτέλας ανακύκλωσης των αποβλήτων. 6 καρτέλες. 7. Καρτέλας ανάπλασης των χώρων της κοινότητας με πάρκα. 4 καρτέλες. 8. Κάρτες αγοράς εργοστασίων ή άλλων έργων στην κοινότητα. Σενάριο παιχνιδιού. Η κοινότητα PULCHRA εν έτη 2040 μετά Χριστό βρίσκεται σε μια άσχημη περιβαλλοντική θέση, καθώς έχει καταντήσει το σκουπιδότοπο των 2 γειτονικών πόλεων της κοινότητας, της Ραμπίσκα και της Σίτκα, η κάθε μία εκ των οποίων έχει πληθυσμό πέραν 400.000 κατοίκων. Οι δημοτικές αρχές των 2 αυτών πόλεων καθόρισαν τις χωματερές των πόλεων χωρίς καθόλου περιβαλλοντική συνείδηση στα κοινοτικά εδαφικά όρια της κοινότητας PULCHRA. Βλέποντας όλη αυτή την περιβαλλοντική επιβάρυνση που είχε η αγαπημένη τους κοινότητα, το νέο κοινοτικό συμβούλιο της κοινότητας PULCHRA αποφάσισε να δράσει και να καλέσει επιστημονικές περιβαλλοντικές ομάδες για να μπορέσει να πετύχει τις καλύτερες λύσεις για ένα σωστό περιβάλλον για τους κατοίκους της κοινότητας και επιπλέον να μπορέσουν να εκμεταλλευτούν τα σκουπίδια και να τα αξιοποιήσουν μέσα από την κυκλική οικονομία για το περιβάλλον. Ως εκ τούτου, το Κοινοτικό Συμβούλιο προέβη σε μια στατική καταγραφή των αποβλήτων που υπάρχουν αλλά και εμφανίζονται κάθε χρόνο στις χωματερές που κατακλείζουν τα εδαφικά όρια της κοινότητάς τους. Στη συνέχεια, προχώρησε στην εγκατάσταση μονάδας διαλογής των σκουπιδιών στις χωματερές. Για τη σωστή διαχείριση των αποβλήτων σε ανακυκλώσιμα ή μη υλικά και για τη μείωση των αποβλήτων κάλεσαν επιστημονικές ομάδες. Οι επιστημονικές περιβαλλοντικές ομάδες, που αποτελούνται από τους εμπλεκόμενους στο παιχνίδι, μέσα από την υπόδειση ρόλων προτείνουν λύσεις με βάση το αρχικό διαθέσιμο κεφάλαιο που παραχωρείται από το Κοινοτικό Συμβούλιο της Κοινότητας PULCHRA, έτσι ώστε να κάνουν τα καλύτερα περιβαλλοντικά βήματα σε ένα μακροχρόνιο σχεδιασμό της στρατηγικής τους και να μπορέσουν στο τέλος να προσφέρουν τις καλύτερες λύσεις για την κοινότητα.
Το παιχνίδι είναι ανταγωνιστικό και για να υπάρχει ο σωστός και υγιής ανταγωνισμός, είναι καλά να παίζεται με τουλάχιστον 5 ομάδες. Για τη σωστή διοργάνωση του εκπαιδευτικού παιχνιδιού, οι επιστημονικές ομάδες αρχικά ενημερώνονται σχετικά με την κοινότητα. Τους επεξηγείται ο ρόλος τους και η διαδικασία υλοποίησης της προσομοίωσης του παιχνιδιού από το συντονιστή του παιχνιδιού. Πέρα από το συντονιστή του παιχνιδιού, ορίζεται ο τραπεζίτης του παιχνιδιού και ο υπεύθυνος για τη διαμοίραση των στερεών και υγρών αποβλήτων του παιχνιδιού. Οι ομάδες καταστρώνουν τη στρατηγική τους σύμφωνα με τους κανόνες του παιχνιδιού.
Είδη προσομοίωση. Η προσομοίωση του παιχνιδιού αναπαριστά την πραγματική κατάσταση της στρατηγικής του σε βάθος χρόνου. Η προσομοίωση παίζεται για 2 ώρες, 120 λεπτά και κάθε ορισμένο χρονικό διάστημα, 5 ή 10 λεπτά, αντικατοπτρίζονται τα αποτελέσματα για ένα χρόνο λειτουργίας όλων των επηρεαζόμενων καταστάσεων στην κοινότητα PULCHRA, έτσι ώστε στο τέλος του παιχνιδιού να φαίνονται τα αποτελέσματα της στρατηγικής της κάθε ομάδας για μία περίοδο τουλάχιστον 20 χρόνων. Κατά τη διάρκεια της προσομοίωσης μπορεί να υπάρξουν αγοραπολισίες σκουπιδιών, εργοστασίων και γενικότερα οτιδήποτε μπορεί να επέλθει σε συμφωνία. Φτάνει να γίνεται η γνώση του τραπεζίτη και του συντονιστή του παιχνιδιού. Επίσης, ανακοινώνονται κάποιες οδηγίες από κρατικούς και ευρωπαϊκούς θεσμούς σε σχέση με τα απόβλητα με στόχο να καταστεί η γη βιώσιμη για τις επόμενες γενιές. Αυτές οι αποφάσεις μπορούν να μεταβάλλονται ανάλογα με την κατάσταση που επικρατεί στην κάθε προσομοίωση του παιχνιδιού. Οι ανακοινώσεις γίνονται από το συντονιστή του προγράμματος. Είναι τυχαίες και αποτελούν είτε επιβράβευση είτε χορηγία σε σχέση με τις δράσεις που έχουν γίνει, είτε κάποιο πρόστιμο αν δεν γίνουν οι απαραίτητες ενέργειες σε σχέση με τη διαχείριση των αποβλήτων.
Η Επιτροπή έθεσε ποσοστό ανακύκλωσης μέχρι το 2051 για το αλουμίνιο σε ποσοστό 60%. Όσοι δεν θα το έχετε πετύχει, θα πληρώσετε πρόστιμο 100.000 ευρώ.
Απολογισμός 30 λεπτά. Στο τέλος της προσομοίωσης, οι επιστημονικές ομάδες κάνουν έναν απολογισμό για το τι έχουν πετύχει μέσα από τη στρατηγική τους και μέσα από τη συζήτηση που ακολουθεί. Αντιλαμβάνονται τι θα μπορούσαν να επιτύχουν αν είχαν κινηθεί διαφορετικά ή τι θα μπορούσαν να αλλάξουν για καλύτερη περιβαλλοντική πολιτική. Πρώτη πρακτική εφαρμογή παιχνιδιού. Την Παρασκευή στις 2 Τετάρτου 2021 έγινε η πρώτη πρακτική εφαρμογή του παιχνιδιού στο Λύκειο Αγίου Ιωάννη. Στο παιχνίδι συμμετείχαν οι μαθητές του τμήματος Α2-1. Η συνολική διάρκεια του παιχνιδιού κράτησε πέραν των 6 ωρών και οι μαθητές συνεργάστηκαν με μεθοδικά, καταθέτοντας τον ενθουσιασμό τους για την όλη διαδικασία.
At conclusion and future steps, at the time wasn't enough and we wanted more time to finish our strategy. We also learned a lot through practice and the rules can change every time you play the game. Now we are trying to complete it in English as well. Thank you for your attention.
Yes. Thank you very much for your presentations that combine the presentation and animation about your game. The creation of a game is very, very good idea. So I'm sure that there will be a lot of questions about it. So please, if you have questions, comments, or please ask.
I don't see any questions, but it's a lot of congratulations, actually. But I wanted just to tell you one thing that we will discuss also later. It was the first time that we had a 6 hours gaming, 6 hours the students to be there, not to want to go for a break, to understand what that means. 6 hours to play because it was competitive. They were trying, and the time was passing through the years as we were going. And I think that we've done our best, and we will try to make it in English, so to be able to use it either by schools or NGOs that are working in environmental themes, and all the people actually, and maybe municipalities also.
Nico, thank you very much for your contribution in this game.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Hara. It was a great presentation. And thank you all my team, actually.
Yeah, I would add thank you, and really amazing, and maybe a very important part of PULCHRA project is exploitations or making awareness, because I'm sure that a lot of this kind of results and outputs should be really exploited and sharing with really stakeholders, and to be inspirations for other schools. So it would be very nice that in how to say, in the last months of this project, we should really look at and do exploitations and presentations of this kind of activities for other schools and people.
That's the next step, in order to organize for the whole team from Cyprus to play the game.
Yeah. So
we have to be there with my students, actually, so to show the real presentation, not presentation, to show the game in action.
Yeah, that would be very good. And
okay,
very
thank
helpful.
you.
Thank you. And now let's move to Romania. Cristian Radu, students from Dinicu Golescu National College, is prepared to have presentations and share with you the results of the project. So Cristian, please, you can start with your presentation.
Hello, my name is Cristian Radu, and I'm the captain of Wake team, and I'm a student at Dinicu Golescu National College from Romania. So let's get started the presentation. Today I'm here to present you our project pollution map, the anthropogenic impact on the environment in our city. Here we have two pictures with our school. The name of our project is Wage, and the logo is this tree because we consider that this name is symbolic in the context of PULCHRA project. They refer to the idea of water, air, green spaces, and explorers. Here is our last theme. Within the project, we set up to identify the opinions of our community regarding the pollution and to design a website that give us in real time, with the help of purchased sensors, the relevant data about various pollutants.
Just the Christian slide is not running. We see the first slide, so please check if your presentation is, yeah. Now, yeah, we can see fifth slide. Yeah.
We set the following 4 objectives which targeted the level of pollution and the actions needed to reduce it. Knowledge of people's opinions and satisfaction regarding the quality of water, green spaces, level and sources of pollution. Identifying the main types of pollution, design a website based on objective data, and finding solutions for improving the life in our city based on the research. The research methodology included a desk research, a quantitative survey among local citizens, and empirical research of the data gathered by the sensors. Here's an overview of our survey that had 7 questions. Our survey had 630 respondents, and the most of them were under 20 years old category. Yes, we chose 2 of the questions from the survey, represented by the graphics from the slide. In the histogram on the left, we can see that 2/3 respondents consider the air is polluted in different degrees. The chart on the right shows us that 37% think human activities are the main source of pollution. Based on the results of the investigation, we decided to investigate air quality and to check the situation objectively with sensors. We bought 13 sensors that measure the following pollutants: fine microparticles, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen dioxide. At the second open event school, our website was launched by the mayor of the city. Here we have the picture with this event. And if we access this link, we reach the homepage of the website. Can you see my screen?
No, we see your PPT in presentations for PowerPoint, not website. So you have to switch.
Okay, now?
Yeah, now we see a picture with Harta Pulvari. Yeah.
Okay. Here we can see a picture with our town. Here and here are some links that lead us to the social media pages of our team. And now we access the pollution map. On the right side, we have an image of the areas where the sensors have been placed. And on the left, we see the graphics with the data from the sensors in real time. Therefore, the people can see the situation for each pollutant. In this section, we have presented our stakeholders, public institutions, and physical persons, the people. We analyzed the data from the sensors and we made these graphs to show us the result. In this slide, we can see 2 more graphs from the sensors that measure microparticles. And we can conclude the air is polluted because we see an exceeding the allowed limits between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. We believe that a main cause is people's heating systems. In this graph, we can see 2 histograms show the dioxide carbon sensors. We can conclude that this pollutant is not a danger for our health. The scientific reporter promoted the whole activity of the team, and we had 10 events in local media, over 20 posts in social media, 1 article in the PULCHRA newsletter. This is our article from the PULCHRA newsletter. Here we have some pictures with us while we were working. Triangulating the results of the survey with the data collected by the sensors, we propose the following solutions. To establish a watchdog system, to implement projects for the rehabilitation of the existing green spaces, to create new green spaces in locations identified by the local citizens, to conduct environmental education projects among students, and to help deforestation and to employ planting campaigns. Our project is sustainable because it aims to build a green cadastre, a map of all major green spaces in our city. It seeks to revalorize all areas that can be transformed into green spaces. It collaborates with the National Earth Physics Institute from our country to install a seismograph in our school. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christian, to your presentations and with a very relevant topic, air pollution. It's really a good selected topic for the projects. So I am opening the floor for questions, comments, or sharing experiences.
For me, this experience between the project was a pleasant one because here I met new people. I learned how to manage a team, how to realize a scientific research. I succeeded to improve my teamwork skills, and I was able to do something for the community in which I live. In addition, I think I managed to promote my town through this project, and I helped in improving the life in our city. As a team captain, I helped to complete all the tasks, and I managed to put the team together, and for that, I am being happy and satisfied. I would like to thank you, my team, for the great work.
Yeah, that's important, and thank you for your presentations. And I think what is very important and really valuable that you are so brave and really, and you are sharing and presenting project with us. That's very, very good. So that's.
Thank you.
So, and maybe I would have a question. So your results and projects, would you be able to be involved in the teaching in your schools, for example, in some biology and geography? So have you shared your results within the courses at your school?
Yes.
So that's a good, yeah. So if there is another questions, if not, Christian, thank you again and congratulations, and say hello and greetings to members of your teams, and let's move Italy, and Nadia and her students are prepared to present results and project what has been done at Nicola Copernico Lyceum. So yeah, so Nadia, please, you have a time for and your students for presentation.
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm Davide, and I am the first speaker. Since the University of Udine takes this project at heart, this year it decided to collaborate with 6 high schools, among which our school, Liceo Scientifico Niccolò Copernico. The project that we worked on is called Urban Biodiversity and Safeguard of Pollinators. As the name suggests, the purpose of the initiative is to raise awareness on the topic of pollinating insects and the flora they feed on. We have been introduced to this project in September last year. Only a few days later, we took part in a meeting held by experts who provided us with information about pollinators and the most important plants for them. Earlier this year, we were asked to come up with ideas in order to save the honeybees and lower the impact climate change has had on their population. Then we decided to build some sort of bug hotels in which pollinating insects could shelter and nidify. They are built with recycled materials such as wooden boards or empty cans as main structure, straws, leaf and thatch as a space where insects can stay. They were then being placed away from an industrial area to give insects their much needed peace and quiet. In order to be able to track down and analyze the behavior of the insect, we set up some data collection tables. The most important parameters were location, date of positioning, and weather. By filling out the charts, we were able to design some maps depicting the place where they were placed and showing how many insects used each hotel as shelter. We also have drawn out the optimal conditions for the pollinators to live and mate. We also have drawn out what are the optimal conditions for the pollinators to live and mate. In fact, they prefer hotels close to sources of waters, and they generally occupy hotels between mid-July and early September, because the weather is milder. So as you can see, helping the environment is not that hard. Well, I'm done, so I'll leave the floor to my partner, Emma.
Good afternoon, I'm Emma, and I will talk about the second step of our project, where we'll focus on the spreading and the promotion. We had a section of the project in our school site, and I will share the presentation, photos, our results, and a blank survey sheet. Another class designed an advertising totem, which will be placed at the school entrance. There will be a short description of the project and a QR code that takes us to the site. Next to the totem, there will be also a bug hotel to actually see the project firsthand and not as a concrete plan and not as a proposal. We'll write what it is, how it's made, and what is its purpose. We use a marquee in our school garden to build a sort of greenhouse. We'll plant flowers and that attract pollinators. There will be a billboard with all the species we planted and the links for the site and a survey app. We will promote the project in our region through schools and parks. We send out flyers with all the information, and we will have meetings with kids attending elementary school to build the bug hotels. It will be both a fun and an instructive activity for them, and you will also have the environment as well. And these are the codes for our Padlets, and that was all. Thank you for the attention.
Yeah, thank you for your presentations and sharing your experiences and results with us. So now it's time for questions, and your results and topic was very, very nice, really amazing.
If I may, I have a question.
Yeah, of course, Lenka.
Yeah. First of all, thanks a lot for this beautiful presentation. It was also great teamwork, so very well done. And I want to ask, you said you plan to do some education in other schools as your next step. How will you organize it? Do you have some partner who will help you with it, or you will be contacting the schools yourself?
We already started to collect the emails for the emails of the school we will contact. And so we just talk with the administration of the schools and we'll see if we can have a meeting with the kids.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. It's a very nice plan and a lot of work. So I'll keep my fingers crossed for you for a very big success. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see. Congratulations in chat. That's lovely ideas. Bees are our future. Yes, so that's a good. And so if there is another. So I see one question in the chat. What was the biggest challenge you had to overcome? That's a question.
I would say that the biggest challenge we had to overcome probably was to collect the data of the bug hotels, because we had to create specific maps for the first time, so it was pretty difficult to come up with maps that were easy to understand, and that's it.
Yep, thank you for your answer. So I am a cartographer and geoinformatics, so I can confirm that to create a good and understandable map, that's really not simple task, and so that's I'm very happy that you overcome it and create so nice maps you presented. Yeah, so thank you, and let's move again to Poland in Lovitz. Magdalena and her students from Nicolaus Copernicus Secondary School are prepared to present their projects. So please share with us your presentations.
Hello everyone. So we have to share our screen and we will become.
So hello everyone again. I am Paul. This is Zuzana. This is Simon. We are from Łowicz, Poland, and we are students of secondary school number 2 in our city. Here you can see location of our city. That's our science team and our teachers. We are going to show you our activities in the previous school year. Last year we chose challenge regenerating urban space to connect people in healthy environment, which we called warm over hot, how to cool down our city and reduce air pollution. And at the first stage of the project, we created the movie directed to a big group of people in our city.
Europejski projekt PULCHRA ruszył w połowie października. Razem z ponad 50 szkołami z 10 krajów Unii Europejskiej rozpoczęliśmy działania na rzecz środowiska w miastach. W Polsce do programu zostało zakwalifikowanych tylko 5 szkół, które wspólnie z lokalną społecznością będą szukały odpowiedzi na wyzwania, z jakimi mierzą się ich miasta. Przez najbliższe 2 lata będziemy budować społeczność lokalną i wspólnie szukać rozwiązań dla polepszenia jakości życia mieszkańców Łowicza. PULCHRA to projekt edukacyjny skierowany do społeczności szkolnych w miastach, młodzieży, nauczycieli i edukatorów oraz wszystkich członków lokalnych społeczności chcących aktywnie uczestniczyć w życiu szkolnym. W ramach naszych działań chcemy zwiększać zrozumienie dla idei funkcjonowania miasta jako ekosystemu, w którym wszystkie elementy są ze sobą powiązane i współzależne. Nasza szkoła realizuje projekt pod tytułem Ciepło, cieplej, gorąco. Jak ochłodzić nasze miasto i zmniejszyć poziom zanieczyszczeń. W ramach naszych działań uczestniczymy w licznych spotkaniach, webinarach, warsztatach, rozmowach z lokalnymi partnerami. Wykonujemy pomiary temperatury w naszym mieście i w jego okolicach. Codziennie sprawdzamy też poziom zanieczyszczeń w naszym mieście. Na podstawie naszych obserwacji i wykonanych pomiarów stwierdzamy, że jakość powietrza w naszym mieście pozostawia wiele do życzenia.
On December 16th, the project team organized an interesting event, a video conference meeting the needs of the local project. There were 2 lectures during the meeting. The first one concerned climate change and air pollution. The second was about issues related to air pollution and the methods of its protection in the Łódź Voivodeship and in Łowicz. In March, the project team had a meeting with the representative of the city council in Łowicz. The meeting discussed the current situation in Łowicz, air quality, and the problem of lack of greenery in various parts of our city. At the end of June, as a part of a summary of this year's project activities, students presented the effects of their work to the local authorities, including those areas which in their opinion should be changed in Łowicz. During the meeting, the first temperature measurements made by students in Łowicz and close to its borders were presented. As a project team, we are analyzing together how to reduce the level of air pollution, which is currently quite high. In the same month, a photo competition entitled "Can I Take a Deep Breath in My City?" was announced, and the results of it were published in June. The entire school community had the opportunity to present their photos, answering the competition questions. In June, the inhabitants of Łowicz had the opportunity to share their opinions on places where, in their opinion, there is a lack of greenery. They could do it on a geoportal specially created for our city.
At the turn of May and June, workshops for a project team from secondary school number 2 in Łowicz, entitled Green Infrastructure, were organized. Students work in the mural application, where they posted solutions to specific problems included in the design challenge Warm, Warmer, Hot, how to cool down our city and reduce air pollution. For the participants, the classes were very interesting because they were based on the development of the areas they live in and where they often visit. The first workshop, which took place on May the 26th, was about green infrastructure, its elements and functions. Students analyzed the environmental problems of Łowicz and what can be changed in our city. They learned how to form vegetation in the city, how to manage rainwater, what surface to use to make them environmentally friendly. The second workshop, which was carried out on June the 2nd, concerned the introduction of new green areas based on the local spatial development plan of the city of Łowicz and the analysis of thematic maps specially prepared for Łowicz. During the third workshop, June the 11th, students designed new green areas, functional and spatial lights of the planned parks and green areas. At the end of June, as a part of the summary of this year's project activities, students presented the effects of their work to the local authorities, including those areas which, in their opinion, should be changed in Łowicz.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Congratulations to your results and very, very nice video map and really extremely useful topic. So I'm opening the floor for a question, comments. Maybe I would have some questions. So what reactions for town or community did you receive? Or I don't think from school or your schoolmate, but from, for example, from inhabitants of your town, or some positives or negatives reactions for your.
So our city council were very open and friendly with our project. They were talking with us to do it, and they were really happy that we have an idea how to prevent our city from air pollution and how to live better in our city borders and in this city center.
And I think the most problematic thing in our city is to how to shape the green area in our city. Yes, and that's it.
Yeah, I can imagine it. Yeah. So that's good. That the mission of the PULCHRA project should be that it could something improved in your town or started to be improved. So I am sure that your project is really very initial and evoke to be changing air pollutions better. So congratulations again and good luck in continuation. So and I have the last for a question or comments from audience, from other. If not, so thank you again, and I would like to move to Greece. We have pre-recorded presentations now, and maybe I would like to ask Tassos of Thalia or some if they can introduce this video animations, or there will be space or time after presentation.
Yeah, Prem, we can go to the video.
Yeah. And then okay, so I'm going to.
So who is going to load the video, me or Lenka?
I can do it if that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be better, Lenka. Yeah.
Okay. I hope the technique is not working well with me. So in case that it's not working well, just let me know, please. You should be able to see it now. And let's play.
Yeah, perfect.
Our school, Gidenas High School, participates in PULCHRA. As part of this program, our school has chosen to work on the topic, Buildings for the Future City. During the research of the topic, we have contacted scientists from Greece and USA, and we were informed about green buildings, familiarized ourselves with current sustainability and energy efficiency solutions, and learned about the urban heat island effect, the factors that intensify it, and also its practical applications in order to forestall the phenomena. During the program, we engaged in a number of activities. One of them was to measure different surface temperatures in our schoolyard in our attempt to find out about the relation that surface temperature has with the material that the surface is made of.
Purpose: to discover how the Earth's soil surface affects in the surface temperature. Data we collected: cloud identification, air temperature, surface temperature. We needed handheld infrared thermometer IRT, cloud chart, and air thermometer.
In the field, firstly we observed sky clouds following cloud particles. Then we observed natural grass, artificial grass, bare ground, artificial turf, and asphalt. Afterwards, we chose 9 observation points in an open and homogeneous site which were at least 5 meters away one from another. Next, we recorded the current time. Then, we held the infrared thermometer with our arm extended straight out and pointed the instrument straight down on the ground. After that, we read and recorded the surface temperature from the digital display screen located on the top of the IRT. Lastly, our measurements of surface temperatures of different surfaces and more detailed information such as date, time, and air temperature are shown in the following table. We can also see the average value of each material.
Using the average values, we had as a result the following diagram. The conclusions that aroused are the following. Natural grass has the lowest surface temperature, and that is the reason of improving the microclimate of an area. Natural grass protects the ground cover, prevents the storm water, and eliminates the ground ceiling. Bare ground has distinctly higher surface temperature from natural grass, but lowest from artificial grass, asphalt, and turf. The turf has the highest surface temperature of all the others we have measured. Similar results have found in other projects after our search in bibliography. More specifically, in areas full of plants and shaded by the foliage of trees, lower surface temperatures are measured, while in materials such as turf or no shaded areas, higher surface temperatures are measured. High surface temperatures are also common to areas that consist of bare ground, cement, and are exposed to the sunlight. The surface temperature of different bodies depend on their color, their material that are made of, the analogy of their mass relative to their surface. Bodies with dark color and porous parts in their structure that contribute to the sealing are expected to have high surface temperature and burden on the microclimate of a region. Those materials, such as the above, have to be avoided in a built-up urban environment because it is expected to increase urban heat with direct negative impacts on health and welfare of urban citizens. After the first workshop of PULCHRA, we contacted Dr. Adaktilu, professor in West Virginia University, and when informed about Globe and Urban Heat Island Effect campaign field. We decided to participate in this campaign and contribute in this way to this global effort of raising awareness of urban heat island effect. Therefore, we uploaded the data we collected on the Globe website. The table that was sent to us by NASA's Cloud Division shows a comparison between our cloud observation and satellite data. Participating in PULCHRA has been a great experience. Being part of UTONA's school team has given us the opportunity to attend a number of presentations and discussions focusing on climate change due to the change of land use around the globe and more specifically our region and municipality. These, apart from being informative and interesting, were very inspiring as they were delivered by environmental scientists. In addition, the program gave us the opportunity to understand how the effect of climate change can be monitored in our region, taking a scientific approach of observation and measurements. Finally, through PULCHRA, we were able to interact with local authorities that gave us a clear understanding of the local activities targeting environmental protection. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, so presentations finished. So thank you, Lenka, for playing, and it was very nice. And congratulations to Greece for this very good projects. And I Tassos or can comment or more detail about it. So if not, that was a last presentations from this blog that so now we are going to have a break, but if there would be some comments or questions at the end of this blog, there is some minutes. If not, thank you again to all two presenters, and presentation was very nice, and we can keep more or less 15 minutes for a break, and we will meet again 3:40 p.m.
I want to welcome you back after the break. I hope you had a nice time to relax and think about the wonderful student presentation that we heard in the previous session. And now the session called Our PULCHRA Experience will follow, and we will hear some more presentation from schools, but the core of this session will be discussion, sharing experience, sharing of what you learn in your project, and maybe even of some doubts or a question that you might have and that you would like to discuss with others. We wanted to have this session because normally we would be now meeting in Prague live, and we would have plenty of time to discuss, to meet and chat together. So unfortunately, there's not so much time, but let's allow us to meet and talk at least now for this session. The session will have 50 minutes, and most of the time we will be split it into the parallel sessions. And I will now share my screen to show you the topics of these parallel sessions. Well, I hope you can share the slide. Can you show me? Yes, perfect. So we will have 3 parallel sessions, 3 different topics that we prepared based on communication in the whole PULCHRA partner consortium, and based on the experience from you from schools. And so the session 1 is called Opportunities and Barriers to the Open Schooling Concept in Practice. This session will focus on the way how stakeholders can be implemented in the school project, in how different people from outside the schools can join the project, how can they support the projects. We will have 2 presentations. One will be from Greece school, Gaytonas High School, and will be presented by Greek coordinator of PULCHRA, Anastasios Polidoros. And then we will hear from elementary school of Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk from Moravské Budějovice, Czech Republic. This session will be facilitated or moderated by myself. So those who will be in this session will always have the opportunity to come to me and ask if anything is needed. Then we will have session 2, Engaging Students in School Project, Teachers' Experience from City Challenges. This session is more about focus on the students' experience, how to motivate students to join the project, why, how PULCHRA help in motivating students, and what students actually learn from such project, why it is important for them and for you that you do such projects and students are involved. And we will hear again 2 presentations, one from Agios Ioannis Lyceum from Cyprus, and the second one from Collegiul National George Cosbuc, I hope I pronounced it well, from Bucharest, Romania. And the facilitator or moderator of this session will be Georgia. Session 3, the last session, is called Implementing PULCHRA Project Activities into Teaching and School Curricula. This session is more focused on the way how you do the project, when you do it, how you do it, if you can actually run this project as a part of your school lesson, or if you have it as some voluntary activity for students after school, or maybe you have had to invest a lot of free time of yourself and students to really do the activities. So what were the benefits of each? What were the problems that you maybe encountered? So this will be the topic of a session 3, and we will hear a video from Lajery Primary School in Poznań, Poland, and we will also have the opportunity to meet their Polish coordinator of PULCHRA, Ela Wiśniewska, who will comment on the video, and she will be there speaking instead of the teacher from primary school in Poznań. And this session will be facilitated or moderated by Karl Schneider.
And we will have one more presentation, which obviously is missing on this slide, by Heinrich Heine Gymnasium. It is in the agenda, but it obviously didn't make its way on this slide, just as an announcement. So Maria Busch and Stephanie Grünewald will present on their activities in the Heinrich Heine Gymnasium.
Thank you very much, Carol. Apologies for this mistake, and warm welcome to the German school. We are very happy that you will also take part in this session. Look forward to your experience. Okay, so these are the 3 sessions. Session 1 that is about engaging stakeholders with myself. Session 2 about engaging students with Georgia, and session 3 about PULCHRA in teaching with Carl.
We had a very good session. Thank you very much. One thing, if I may, what we should think about is to establish an exchange forum for our international teachers to exchange some ideas. We should think about how to do this. I do not know who's leading the session now.
Yeah, it's me. I wanted to let you finish your thought, and you were speaking also from my heart. We had a very nice session, and it seemed very short to me. I have a feeling that we really need this in our project, that we need to meet and talk and share, even if online. It's not as alive, but
we need a face-to-face meeting.
Yes, you're right, Nicholas. That would be wonderful. I would really love to have that, and I hope we will. But maybe we can have even more online meetings like that. I think that would be also very nice. And we are kind of running out of time, but I think still we could take 10 more minutes if you are fine with it, to just finish the discussion, maybe share a little bit, some main thoughts from the session before we just quickly conclude and go back to our homes and other programs. And I see Carol wants to say something. Carol,
yeah, well, maybe just again a reflection on the session, which I would like to compare with the other sessions. I think it's not only the practice examples that provide very useful information, but also, let's say, the comments from the daily experience in the different countries. In our session, for instance, we identified that in Poland there is 1 hour in one school, actually I don't know if this is the case in all Polish schools, probably not, where the 1 hour is free for the whole school to do their projects. So to cross across the different ages, across the different disciplines, to collaborate. And this was totally new to me, and I heard from our participating German teachers that this is also not something that is in typical or usual in German schools. I think that was an inspiration. These kinds of inspirations by looking across the fence is something that I think is extremely helpful. And one thing that I propose, I do not know the answer yet, is how to set up a platform to show these inspiration, these inspirative approaches, because that might be very important again for our schools mutually to say, okay, they got a bright idea, maybe that also works for us.
Yes, yes, you are right. It's very inspiring to hear such things, and it would be wonderful to have a platform for sharing of such experiences. I would like to ask others also to, or Carol, if you want to add something, or someone else.
No, yes. I think I made my point.
Okay, but feel free to continue, and the others, please feel free to share now. What was your experience? What was your wow moment in the session, or something that you would like to tell the others, not to be forgotten?
There's one little thing that I need to add, Premek. This link from Ella, please put this in the chat so that everybody can look at the presentation later on. I do not want this to be missed because we didn't fit it into our session.
Yeah, thank you. I see it in the chat, this link.
Okay. Okay, so I would like to hint everybody then to that link because we were not able to show it in our session, but I do not want this to get lost and to disappoint our colleagues from Poland. That would not be a nice thing to do.
Yeah, so that is sharing in the chat. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that was some comments from the session 3, and do we have someone from session 2, which was about involving students, engaging students? Would someone like to share some interesting idea, some moment?
So in session 2, we have discussed about the engaging to the students between teachers and students. And Nikos and Elena present very interesting approaches between the gamification approach and how to boost the interest and confidence to our students.
I would also like to add on one idea, if that's okay. Just listening to the presentations today and listening to my colleague speak, I think without any modesty whatsoever, that great teachers who learn and are willing to change their beliefs and to find out new things make a difference. So irrespective of, I don't know, whether sometimes we believe our students are not interested or that they have not reached their full potential, if we try our best, we can make a difference. I mean, I've seen so many schools that were not so good and students were not interested in what they were doing, and they had that different teacher that was open-minded that made a whole difference. So thank you so much for today. I've learned so much from just, listening to everybody speak.
And I will add something about it. Just give them the motivation and let them be happy. It's what we need from students. Students have a lot to say, a lot to do, a lot to learn, and they can do it actually if they can trust you and if you can trust them. Are going together.
Carlo?
Yeah, and I would like to add another observation from my breakout session, which I think is important. think outside of the box, and the students do this. I thought this is a very important point, that they added to the research cycle, which we use in PULCHRA, which we use in GLOBE, a very important thing which is missing there: action. Do something. And that was obviously something that thinking inside of the box, as researchers do, sometimes let's say limits our perspective to our clientele. There the students were very clear, forward-looking, and the other thing that I thought was very impressive, that role play that was implemented to understand the different stakeholders' perspectives through a role play. That was, I think, also a very nice extension to, let's say, the traditional way of asking this or that expert. Also, our students can take the role of experts.
A very nice comment. And maybe I will follow up when speaking about stakeholders, as our group was discussing the involvement of stakeholders. I have to say we discussed that schools have had quite some difficulties to engage stakeholders during their projects, but of course many of them succeeded, and it seems that it was preferred by schools to have a smaller group of people involved in the project rather than contacting many different stakeholders. And I very much like one thing that sounded there quite a few times, that one contact brings more context, and those bring more context. So it's very important to work with someone, to start cooperating with someone in the school projects, and then you will see that it will bring new connections, new ideas, and it can grow. So this is something that I very much like. And one more idea that I want to share, that one of the schools that was having a presentation, or that we talk about, was asking for like a networking with other schools. And I have to say, I think Tassos doesn't agree, but I think you mentioned with Gaetona School that they would like to get connected with like internationally, if I understood it well. And this is something that I hear many times from schools in Czech Republic. So maybe this is something for us to think about, how to support such cooperation among the countries, between new schools from different countries, and how to allow you to be in touch more. That was first session one, and Carl, yes?
Sorry, I raised my hand again. These discussions actually inspire me quite a bit. And one of these thoughts is that one maybe look at an evaluation of the approach in terms of how students perceive science and scientists in the pre and post test. In the presentation that I heard from Heinrich Heine Gymnasium, I had sensed that the perception of what scientists do or what science is might change. And in the sense that maybe at the beginning students say, okay, science is not something within my reach, and maybe after doing it they say, yes, basically it can be done, I can do it. I would be very interested in understanding how the perception of students changes before and after being exposed to the approach, to the method, to the mechanics of science. And I would like to learn from our participating schools, and maybe we should look at the end of the PULCHRA project also at collecting these kinds of perceptions, information, maybe even questionnaires.
Mm-hmm. That would definitely bring some interesting information. I think this is something that should really be considered and implemented. And unfortunately, looking at the time, I think we are almost 12 minutes after the conclusion session. So we should stop the discussion now. And so I want to thank you all very, very much for being here today. And
can we hear something from, sorry, Lenka.
Yes,
can
yes,
we hear
yes,
something from first group?
Yes,
from first group.
Yes, that was me talking about stakeholders and
it was
creating the network.
I mixed all together. Okay. Sorry.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I don't see anyone raising hands. So anyway, we have still some time to stay here after this kind of conclusion. So if you have the pressure that you want to talk more and you want to share something, then maybe I didn't give you time now. So please stay connected. We can take some time together and discuss more. But for the rest who has to go for another duties, I would like to thank you again. It was very nice spending the time with you today. Thank you for all the presentation, for showing us your wonderful work and wonderful work of your students, and also for sharing your experience, for discussing in the groups. It was a great pleasure, and at least for me, it was very big inspiration. And so I really hope it was the same for you as well, and that we will continue the connection, the networking that we maybe started today, and we'll be in touch and we'll keep on sharing either by emails or by the platform or by the PULCHRA app or any other ways, and that we will just keep our projects alive and the project PULCHRA as well. So thanks a lot. I will also give word to Přemek if he would like to say some final words.
Just to thanks for participations and really active approach to very nice presentations, and I think no more words. I think Lenka everything said. So that's, I wish you as well have a nice time and nice cooperation with schools, and looking forward to next results. And so that's all from my side.